a dubious theory about Alice in Wonderland for you, if you're quite interested.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
Yes. Alice in Wonderland isn't a wildly imaginative children's fantasy after all. It's a bitter, satirical attack on Victorian mathematics. Dubious or not, visit aliceschmalice.co.uk to review the evidence and decide for yourself.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
It's an interesting theory, and there's a book written about it. The fact is, as you know, Alice in Wonderland was written by...
Lewis Carroll.
Who was, in real life...
A dog. Charles Dodge.
A dog? It's so right, the last letter was wrong.
It was a don.
A don.
A don.
Yeah. Don, that's what he meant. In other words, he was a fellow of an...
Autocorrect, autocorrect, damn you, autocorrect!
He was a mathematician at Oxford.
Yeah.
And he was a very conservative, classical mathematician who believed in Euclidean geometry and things like that. And there was a new world coming into maths that would resolve in David Hilbert's famous questions and the Poincaré conjecture and Riemann's hypothesis and all the things that Alan Turing and later mathematicians
The invention of
devoted
number
themselves.
9, of course.
The invention
very controversial. I've never taken to it myself.
Squeezed it in between 7 and 10 and 8 and 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 came even later.
8 came later.
They needed it for the war.
Blind spot.
Yeah. So weird.
They needed it for bingo, I think. No, but the fact is, he didn't like the way that maths was becoming so extraordinarily abstract and pure and less to do with either symbolic logic, which was his particular subject, or, as I say, the beauty of plain geometry, which he loved. And so this particular author, Melanie Bailey, argues that the scenes, particularly the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, the encounter with the hookah-smoking caterpillar, and the meeting with the Duchess, whose baby turns into a pig, all that sort of absolute nonsense, he thought typified modern mathematics. And most of all, he added in the later story, the Cheshire Cat, who disappears leaving only a grin. It's a humorous way of making a serious point about the futility of abstraction. How can the cat leave a grin behind? The cat was brilliantly played in the Tim Burton film by who did the voice of the cat? It was superb. Oh, God.
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, that's it. That's it. I knew it was someone good. Minus 2,000 points. Anyway, Melanie Bailey, the author of this book, reminds us that his other works are painfully dull and moralistic or very technical works. In fact, Queen Victoria read Alice and loved it so much and said, I do hope, Dr. Dodgson, that you will dedicate your next book to me. So he wrote a book called something like Problems in Symbolic Logic. to her Majesty Queen Victoria. You must have read it and thought, what the fuck is this?
Queen Victoria bumper book of boring math. Happy Christmas, Your
Anyway, she says, this lady, Melanie Bailey, that Dodgson was most witty when he was poking fun at something, and only then when the subject matter truly got him riled. Whereas we think of him as just an absurdist, a kind of surrealist, as a nonsense, a master of nonsense. Anyway, it's nice to have dubious theories on our J series, and that's one of them. What were chainsaws originally invented for?
Proctology.
Wow. That's scary.
Yeah, that's a...
Slicing an arse in half.
Yeah. Well, you know, you were in the right area, I have to say.
What,
I mean,
really?
well,
Circumcision.
Well, what I mean is, you began straight away with medicine. You didn't say trees or, you know, cutting down
cutting
you know,
off legs.
buildings.
Like bones and...
Bones is the right answer. Yes, in particular, it was a rather unpleasant procedure.
Oh, don't. It'll be a boy thing against a girl thing. It
Well,
will
not
be.
against, you know.
Well, no,
It's doctors trying to help.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It'll be a boy thinking a woman's taking far too long over labour, going, oh, I can't stand all that panting. I know, we'll get a chainsaw, we'll just cut that baby out. That's what it is.
You know, you're absolutely right. It was in 1783.
That's no excuse.
It was two Scots doctors called John Aitken and James Jaffrey, and it was called a symphysiotomy, and it was a procedure to widen the pelvis if the baby's head was too large to pass through.
Oh, can you hear the high tone of all those sighs?
About this picture.
It's a bit eye-watering.
It's a ladies' ward, so of course there is some baking going on
Yes.
on the left. Little cake display cakes.
And I tell you what,
Buns in the oven, Stephen. You see what I did?
they didn't really, darling.
I'm afraid they did. When I say chainsaw, it was literally a chain. It was like a watch chain, in fact.
Right.
It was like an
It
up
wasn't a
and
full
down.
lumberjack giving it... It's a boy!
They hadn't yet invented the internal combustion engine.
And caesarean sections.
Caesarean sections have replaced the same idea. That
Phew.
Yes, quite, exactly.
Would it
It's a
be
bit of a
easier to do
relief.
the caesarean section, I think. Sawing the pelvic bone in half is not as easy as maybe just a small incision and...
But is there
I
not
know,
like-
you'd have thought they would have
Pop
made
it
up
out the sunroof.
But this was before antiseptic. It was before antiseptic surgery, and of course it was before any kind of anaesthetic.
They're not a meeting. You know what I mean? There's not a meeting where someone goes, I've got it. And they go, what? They go, chainsaw, innit?
Well, they looked at a watch chain and they said, you know, if we could sort of ease away the bone like that, rather than using a saw. I know, everyone's wincing.
Have we got another question that isn't about that?
Would it heal? Presumably not very well.
Well, they then went on to use the same thing. For example, if someone had a bit of diseased bone, they would do the same thing. They would sort of tick it in, then they'd go up and down like that, and then they'd do it lower down, and the two bits would fuse together and have a stiff arm. But it would get rid of the diseased bone. It was called an osteotome. It eventually became like a chainsaw. You can see one here. That is more like a chainsaw.
You don't
Pretty
want
unpleasant.
That, you don't want that coming at you.
You really don't. You really, really don't.
I remember my wife had a baby, I remember it well. And,
Just-
yeah, it was a
wouldn't
grand day.
forget.
It was a grand day. But when she had a baby, and there's a point where you go in to see the fella who's going to sort it out on the day.
Obstetrician?
That's
Yes.
him, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got an official title. And you go in to see him, and as the husband, he says, right, you sit there on a chair, and then he pulls the curtain across. While him and your wife are in this thing, while he has a little dabble or
It's a
whatever he's
bit
doing.
intimate, isn't it?
It's a bit like you go, I've seen it, mate. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing... This is why we're here.
Well, you don't look when that happens, though, do you? At the moment of conception, do you actually have a look? You're looking into... Surely. Sorry.
Stephen doesn't need to know, Jason. He doesn't need to know.
You're gazing lovingly into her eyes.
Gazing lovingly at the Born Identity, which is still on the television. As you reach for your drink.
What do you think, darling, that he's got a periscope at the moment?
I'm sorry.
I don't know why you and I are having this conversation.
After the invention of the internal combustion engine, where we were getting Jeremy to his home territory now, eventually by 1920 they were small enough to be able to have a hand-powered
Cut
chain,
down trees.
and then they cut down trees.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, anyway, there you are. Chainsaws were originally invented for midwives. What kind of person lived here? Yes, already the tragic tones.
Initially, you think a very angry person that's quite small.
Yes.
Small-minded or just small?
It did genuinely exist, this Daily Mail model village. This was after the First World War, when housing was in short supply and we were trying to build a land fit for heroes.
And it was made entirely of Daily Mail papier-mâché, was it? Copies of the Daily Mail.
Well, the Daily Mail was never shy about trying to draw attention to itself with publicity stunts of all kinds, athletic stunts, firsts in aviation and so on. It was the Daily Mail that sponsored Amy Johnson to fly to Australia, for example, and they decided that they would lead the world, and they thought they would contribute to a model village.
Well, I can see that. Like, if they go, let's have an air race, let's try and cross the Atlantic, and then they're all quite like that. And but then model village,
But then-
it's like. And it's the sort of thing where, like, you know, Richard Branson said, right, I'm going to send a rocket to the moon and I'm going to take people. And they go, wow, Branson's amazing, we're going to fly.
And when we get there, I'm going to build a
tiny
model village.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you have to go back to after 1919, all those people wiped out by Spanish flu. Before that, all those people wiped out by the First World War. And the Daily Mail thought we needed a new, modern Britain with new, modern cities. And so they devised this village, which they thought were going to be absolutely marvellous. But the plans were a little overambitious, and they were overtaken by the...
Guardian Village.
The company who owned the land around and who named this new town Welwyn Garden City.
Oh.
But there it was, the Daily Mail model village at Welwyn Garden City, 1922.
It's a good job it wasn't the Sunday Sport model village, because then it would be the Welwyn Garden City. Check out the fronts of those houses. It's double fronted. Oh, look at the garage.
And there's
doors
always
on.
the back alley, too.
That was a rubbish model village. It's clearly full size.
Yeah, don't forget model has two meanings. There's model in the sense of it's a paragon, it's a model of its kind. And that's what they meant by it.
It's got three
Not
meanings,
like
hasn't
it's a
it?
teeny
Because
weeny.
model village, everyone just walks around.
There's also...
Yeah.
The high street is called the catwalk. Yeah.
Everyone's just in their pants.
That's true.
I
You're right.
have to say, I weep when I think of my childhood and the amount of time we spent around a model village.
Oh, Beaconscott.
And what kids have today.
Yeah.
They've got so much, and my mum and dad would go, oh, look at that, it's Big Ben, but this big, and we'd go, wow.
Yeah. I mean, see, your dad didn't drink. My dad would go to a model village, drink and go, I'm King Kong! And just start smashing stuff. Oh, how we'd laugh. You know why I can't go to model villages? Because when you walk round, because of the painted faces, they all look like people who've been, like, trapped by witchcraft. And they're
Yes,
going,
they do.
Help! Get me out of here! I'm not really queuing for a newspaper. But when I come home, shrouded in guilt and drink. I don't know enough about the dark arts to make them all fully sized again.
If only you could say, what is Australia's deadliest creature, in fact?
Oh,
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch.
After Rupert Murdoch.
sorry about
After
the
Rupert
fact he
Murdoch.
came here.
Yeah, excluding a member of the human race, which I'm not sure whether that does or not, but anyway...
Is it the spiders, the funnel web, the red spiders?
It's going to be something on the road, isn't it?
It's the box jellyfish.
No, it's not. That is a nasty creature. Is it people?
Is it rabbits? Is it rabbits running in front of utes or some sort of...
You're certainly right that most of the deaths caused by animals in Australia are caused on the road, but the animal that is most responsible...
Crocodile?
Is it man? The most deadly of all
Snake.
Shark.
No.
Say that. I'm not born there.
It's not about a cat, though. In the year under the sample year we're taking, one human being in Australia was killed by a cat that year. But 128...
A cunning plan executed skillfully and quietly.
It's the road. The road's involved.
Often the road.
Are the people in the car at the time?
Sometimes, yes,
Oh, kites. Is it the...
but sometimes they're on the animal involved.
They're on the
Horses?
That's a horse, yes. A horse. More people are killed by horses than... It's a very angry horse there.
That one needs a dental hygiene appointment ASAP.
Seriously does. Yeah, because they fall off and break their neck, or indeed they cause car crashes and so on. And horses kill 3 times more than the ones you've mentioned.
When we lived in Australia, my wife bought a horse, and she's desperate to try and get me to ride, right? So she said, I bought this horse, it's really docile, you'll be fine. So I got... Well, no, there was actually... The problem was it was too docile. What happened was it ended up being studied by Melbourne University because it was one of the few horses that was... medically got narcolepsy. So I swear to God, it's one of the rare cases of a narcoleptic horse. So she buys this horse, and she said she couldn't work out why every time when she was grooming it, it would get heavier. like that. And so she couldn't groom it because it would fall on her. So she says to me, it's fine, the horse is narcoleptic, get on it. And so I got on it in full motorbike gear because I wasn't taking any chances. And I sat on this horse and it started to just... And you know, normally you kick a horse to make it go. This one, he kicked it and it would go, what, hey, like that, to make it up. And sometimes it would fall asleep against the electric fence. So it would go like that. Hey, hey! It's like Jack Douglas from the Carry On.
Oh, well, that's my
Narcoleptic
kind of horse, frankly.
Yeah.
But it is the horse, anyway.
Who's this?
What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy,
Amy
windy...
Johnson?
Amy Johnson is the right answer. Very good. There she is. It's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
Flew
all
across America.
cock and brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia.
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding.
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an aeroplane and first flew...
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became obviously incredibly good. Remember who wrote the first dictionary in English?
Oh, yes. Johnson.
Samuel Johnson.
Samuel Johnson? Oh, it wasn't Samuel Johnson. I led you down the garden path.
Baldrick.
Banked you. Baldrick. B. Probably a B, yes.
Very good. We're going to have to write the whole dictionary tonight.
Dr. Johnson's dictionary, which was written in the earlier part of the 18th century, was preceded by... Well, there was...
Famously, the first
there were
dictionary.
lots, weren't there?
There was a Richard Mulcaster in the 16th century who came up with the name football, in fact, and indeed invented refereeing and the idea of football teams. But he wrote Elementary in 1582. He was the first to gather all the words which we use in our English tongue out of all professions, as well learned as not, into one dictionary. But he didn't give definitions. He just listed all the words that he thought they existed. But in Robert Corddry's Table Alphabetical of 1604, not only listed words, but gave definitions, so it was perhaps the first true dictionary in the sense that we know it. It listed around 3,000 hard words, as he called them, defining each one. So then Johnson's dictionary had how many entries? Around the time there were about 250,000 or 300,000 words. How many did he list?
42.
So, you were so close, 42,000, wasn't it? That was really close. 42,773. But we've got some Johnson words that have gone out of use, and maybe you can imagine what they mean. Tongue pad.
Mouth friend.
Mouth friend. Don't we all need a mouth friend?
Sometimes we certainly do need a tongue pad and a mouth.
Sometimes I like a frigorific.
I hear you, girl.
Frigorific.
Yeah. We've all been frigorific in our time. A double latte is, I
That's
think
a
it's
coffee.
single shot,
you
isn't
can
it?
get those in.
It's depucillate.
Oh, that's what you do before a big date, isn't it? Yeah.
If you're meeting a mouth friend.
Yes.
You get a bit of tongue pad. Slip in the old shapesmith.
Is a shapesmith just a rubbish blacksmith?
No, a shapesmith is basically what we...
I've done a thing. You've been to the shapesmith? Yeah. Sort of looks like a doorknob.
Yeah, it's not a horseshoe, but it's horse jewellery. And
like a horse clog.
Nipple clamp. They found in Camden Market and sold all that crap.
No, a shapesmith is actually what we would call a personal trainer. It's someone who gets you into shape and improves the shape of your body. It's
Time
a
for that word to come back. I think.
Shapesmith, exactly.
I'm going to see my shapesmith.
My shapesmith. A tongue pad.
I hate that.
A tongue pad is just a great talker who just gives someone who just natters all the time. A mouth friend is You know, someone who was a friend to your face but is duplicitous.
Oh, God, I know a few of those.
Yeah, a few mouth friends. Pretends to be your friend. To depucellate is to deflower, to bereave of virginity.
It's not a bereave.
To pluck the
Let's not see it as that. Frigorific sounds like something Del Boy might say, but what is it?
It actually, I suppose we would... It's probably rather badly spelled. We should pronounce it, yes, cold. Should pronounce it frigorific, probably. It just means causing cold. Something that's it's frigorific. Causes cold. So, some of his definitions were just a little bit lazy. Sock. Something put between the foot and the shoe.
He must have thought, though, because, you know, previously the one before you say had been just of hard words. He must have just thought, look, everyone knows what a sock is.
If you can read, you'll know what a sock is.
Yeah, if you've got this book and you don't know what a sock is, then I can't help you.
Exactly. Oates was a famous one.
I guess he said horrible things about the Scots in his one on Oates, didn't he?
He did. He said a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. He describes to Worm to deprive a dog of something, nobody knows what, under his tongue, which is said to prevent him, nobody knows why, from running mad. It's just a very strange...
Wasn't a scientist, then?
No, I think probably not. It was one of our greatest... Napoleon say to Josephine on his way back from a journey?
Ah, I sense a trap. The only thing I know about Napoleon to Josephine was he said...
Yeah?
What was it, Rob? What was it?
Phil.
How? I'm going to do it. I'm coming back, don't wash.
Oh! That is one of the two things that people know that Napoleon said. Yep, I shall be home soon, don't wash, because he liked them dirty. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. The earliest place this quotation can be sourced is 1981.
I only know the other one.
The other one, which might be... what?
It's the one... Rob, what's it?
Yeah, you know it.
Cal, what? It's really...
I'm still stuck on the no
Pas ce
washing.
soir, Josephine. Oh. And I got away with it.
Josephine, on the right there, she's got the same black eyes that all the people in my pictures have got on my computer when I try and get rid of the red eye.
Yes, that's true.
They end up with massive black dots and they look like some sort of zombie film.
Anyway, I'm sorry you fell into our trap, but you managed to avoid the trap of Not Tonight, Josephine, which is the other thing he was supposed to have said.
That's the one I know.
That appears in a play, W.G. Wells' play called The Royal Divorce, which didn't come out until 1891, some 70 years after the death of the Emperor.
An army marches on its stomach.
Yes, well, indeed, yes.
Did he say that?
Unlikely to have said that to Josephine, but he might have done. I think he made it more as a sort of, you know, a point about logistics.
And, maybe he discussed all sorts of battle stuff.
He might have done. He said, I prefer a lucky general to a skilled one, he said as well. So we don't really know anything particular that Josephine and Napoleon might have said to each other. Do you know the capital of Alaska?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you just said it.
Exactly, thank you. Very good. Juneau is the capital of Alaska. J-U-N-E-A-U. Juneau. But there's something unique about it.
It rains all the bloody time, I know that.
Well, it's not accessible by road. You can only get there by air or water. There is no road to Juneau.
Sarah Palin can get there by walking on the water.
Well. And can you tell me the biggest joke ever to come out of Alaska?
Sarah Palin.
We're not forfeiting you that. It was so obvious.
Oh,
we weren't even going to forfeit it.
If I had forfeited, I would have refudiated.
We would have refudiated. Anyway, the point is, there is actually a famous practical joke, an April Fool's joke that came out of Alaska. It took a lot of preparation and it was rather extraordinary. We'll show you a photograph that might give you a hint. I mean, it's not really going to be easy, but what's in the background there?
This is a volcano-based practical
joke.
And it's one that I read about it and it very much impressed me because if you do a practical joke, which is, you know, cling film over the toilet, something simple.
Yeah.
The person who did this practical joke... It's a good one. It doesn't work for women necessarily because we tend to notice when we sit down that there's some... But for men, I tell you, it's a hoot. There was a volcano... and a gentleman, I can't remember his name, I apologise, decided to try and make it seem as if it was erupting, so took loads of tyres.
You are?
and
Class.
set fire to it, and then everyone came out of their houses and went, the volcanoes are happening.
Yes.
Because it was
absolutely
so good.
right. He waited 3 years till there was a clear April the 1st. He took kerosene and smoke bombs and tyres and he dropped them down the crater and set fire to it. But in 50-foot letters, he did say April Fool, and he warned the federal authority. He called them up, but he forgot to call the Coast Guard, who did panic a bit. But it was, fortunately, all taken in the right spirit. And his name was Porky Bicar.
Porky.
Porky. That was his nickname. Porky. He was American, so he was called Porky. Porky Bicar. And that is, aside from Sarah Palin, the greatest joke ever to come out of Alaska.
It is a good one.
I
mean,
have to say, I am very...
Take you back now to your childhood and innocence. You remember all those white Christmases?
Right.
No?
Oh, OK.
No?
I remember one.
Yeah.
1971.
1970, the January was 71.
There you go.
Christmas
Bang.
itself, 1970. Had you said yes, I would buzz you, because you don't remember any, because you're from the southeast. You might remember a few more, because South Shields has had more. We've actually tried to work out how many white Christmases you've had. We think you might have had them when you were 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 9.
Wow.
Which is actually quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
Because in the whole of the 20th century, if you lived in London or the southeast, there were only 4 white Christmases. I know. It is extraordinary. And they were in 1927, 1938, 1970 and 1981. As we know, in the 21st century, we've had a few. But what's important about this is that in the early part of the 19th century, around about 1812 to 1820, there were 8 in a row.
Oh.
Now, why was that important to our culture?
Is that when the song was written?
No.
No.
A certain child was born in 1812. We were
Jesus.
Norman, you really do need a little bit of a religious education. This was an author, a writer, who created the idea.
Charles Dickens.
Okay,
Charles Dickens. For the first 8 years of his life, it always snowed on Christmas Day. And so whenever he mentions Christmas, not just in A Christmas Carol, but in several other novels, it's always snowing. And this helped the myth in British culture of a snowy Christmas. He also lived at a time known as the Little Ice Age. You know this, I'm sure you've seen paintings of fairs on the River Thames.
Yeah.
There were times when the River Thames froze so solidly they would have fairs, not just fairs, they'd have bonfires on the ice.
Those crazy cockneys.
Yes. they could guarantee...
Light a fire up.
Yeah.
It's freezing.
Let's light a fire on the river on the ice. What could possibly go wrong?
But the odd thing is, nothing did go wrong, because it was so thick, the ice. The last frost fair, as they were called, was in 1813-14 on the frozen River Thames. Wow. But anyway, this century we've had more white Christmases, as we know, but only 4 in the entire 20th century, and only 2 in our lifetimes. Yeah. More in Scotland. I'm really being very metrocentric here, and I apologise for that.
Imagine that Jamie Oliver was to be crowned the next King of England. It's sort of... not inconceivable in the strange world in which we live.
President Oliver.
What number, James, would he be? What would be his regnal number as the official?
Well, it would be different in England from Scotland.
No, there's just one UK, so it would be the same in both. But what would it be?
I'm desperate to say James III. Yes!
No, because what happened was when Elizabeth was crowned 60 years ago, she was, of course, called Queen Elizabeth II. But in Scotland, there was a bit of an outcry because she wasn't the second Queen Elizabeth in Scotland, she was the first. They had Mary, Queen of Scots, when Elizabeth I was on the throne. So a few early E2R pillar boxes were trashed in Scotland, and there was a big fuss. And Winston Churchill, who was Prime Minister in 1953, he sort of decided that
350 years
I
later.
know, people, let's long memories on these things. So Churchill essentially laid down a convention whereby UK monarchs would be numbered uniformly according to either an English or Scottish reckoning, whichever was higher. So James I of England was James the Sixth of Scotland. So James II was James VII. So if there were another James, he would be called James VIII. That would be the procedure.
I worry when you say things like this that you're the only person who knows. If Jamie Oliver did become king and you weren't around to tell them, they might get it wrong.
Sweet.
What are you going to... You need to leave these things in a notebook.
You need to get some tablets for you to...
Princess Anne looks a lot like my daughter in that picture, quite disturbingly.
Gosh! She's very young there, isn't she?
I feel sorry for all the other finalists to be queen.
The Greeks used it for earache. Columbus took 80 tons of it to America, and Henry VIII made it compulsory. What am I talking about?
Oh, hang on a second. What's the theme of the show? It's joints?
Yes.
I'm going to guess marijuana.
Ooh, marijuana is the right answer. Cannabis, yes.
So he took 80 tons to America?
Yes.
You're saying that he's
Columbus
a trafficker? Saying Columbus is a drug trafficker?
He must have had a very big sphincter.
It was pretty enormous.
Pretty nervous when you got a customer, I would imagine.
Well, as you probably know, cannabis plant is also used for the creation of hemp and ropes. He had tons of it just on his ship alone, of rope made from hemp. And also, it was made under King James, it was made compulsory for the colonials to grow it and to use it. They mostly wore hemp clothing. And hemp was used as an oil, as a lubricant, and all kinds of things. As you can buy hemp oil now. But by the middle of the 19th century, cannabis was recommended by the US Pharmacopoeia for the following disorders: neuralgia, tetanus, typhus, cholera, rabies, dysentery, alcoholism, anthrax, leprosy, incontinence, snakebite, gout, tonsillitis, and insanity.
So that seemed to be a list of pretty much everything, though. I would imagine if you went into the chemist, it sounds like they only had one thing. What have you got? One, I'll have a think.
Well, there's a Greek word for that, panacea, a cure-all, literally. And so they did more or less think it was a panacea, as they did so many drugs, as they did heroin when that came out, and cocaine.
Well, in defence of both of those, it will take the edge off.
But there are still people who believe it. People are very keen for the legalisation of medicinal marijuana.
It seems weird that we haven't got medicinal marijuana, but we've got medicinal heroin.
Yes, isn't
That's
it?
kind of an odd quirk, isn't it?
I suppose so, except that, of course, there is no real painkiller available except the one that we get from the poppy, which includes morphine and heroin. We just can't make a drug that does the same thing.
Mummy's hugs.
Mummy's hugs and kisses. Oh, sweetheart.
Mummy's hugs.
That's so
and
lovely.
then if they don't work, heroin.
Yeah. I think you've got it spot on the money, Jack. Absolutely. What was Jingle Bells written to celebrate?
The end of a war.
No, it wasn't that.
End of a famine.
No.
The beginning of a famine.
The arrival of the first member of the Ku Klux Klan in Iceland.
It does look a bit like that, doesn't it?
Christmas.
No, not Christmas.
One of these days there'll be a double bluff.
There will be. We do have double bluffs concealed within. It was written by a man whose nephew went on to become the richest man in America.
Rockefeller.
No, J. Pierpont Morgan, the great banker. But his uncle lived in Massachusetts, and in 1857 he wrote a song, and it was to celebrate a winter festival that takes place in America, not
Thanksgiving?
Christmas. Thanksgiving, exactly. Oh. And he wrote the song, and its real name was not Jingle Bells, but...
Turkey Jingle Balls.
No, it's a line from the song.
Jungle Bells.
It's a line from the song.
Jingle all the way.
One Horse Open Sleigh was the name of the song. It's called One Horse Open Sleigh. And he played it on... Yes, that's the one. And that's right. Right. Your mother will be coming to visit tomorrow. So I'm going to sit you in front.
Jingle bells. Yes. Batman smell.
Yes. What's unusual about Bailey's pocket mouse?
Wait a minute.
Obviously,
That's it.
Bailey's pocket mouse doesn't look like that.
No.
If you take away the handsome features, that's it, Bailey's pocket mouse.
Is it some sort of desert mouse that doesn't drink or something?
Well, you're almost right. You're very close.
Oh, it does drink, but only Bailey's.
Yeah. That's right.
It shins up the bottle like that, and it brings its own miniature parasol.
There is a particular oil-bearing plant in Mexico.
Jojoba.
Yes! And it was thought for many years that the Bailey's mouse was the only one that could tolerate eating it, because it is basically disgusting to all other animals.
So they can survive on shampoo?
Well, that's the point, yeah. It has then become a useful oil. Since whaling stopped, It has some of the same properties as whale oil.
A lot easier to apprehend.
Yeah, than a whale. Exactly. You just get hold of a jojoba plant and it gives off this oil. But very few animals eat it, and very few animals are tolerant of it, because it's a disgusting oil.
Well, not if you're a Bailey's mouse, it's not.
Exactly. And it was thought to be the only animal that could eat it. And in fact, 3 others have since been discovered that are also capable of surviving.
Pete Burns.
Jojoba. Pete Burns is one. Sean Ryder is another.
And Bez, yeah. Your 3 go-to jojoba guys.
As an oil, it's a laxative, and so some people use it as a frying oil, so that when you fry things in it, it just runs through you. So it's just a good way of keeping on the diet. But mostly jojoba is used for...
Shampoo.
Your skin.
Your skin, shampoo, cosmetics.
Yes.
Who was it who made jojoba famous?
Billy Connolly.
Billy Connolly, exactly, did a famous routine about jojoba. What's that? What the fuck's that? Jojoba? Jojoba? He has a way of repeating words, Billy Connolly, that I remember many years ago, when for the first time he was elected president of Israel, and I got this phone call.
Billy Connolly was?
No.
I tell you what.
Israel, it's phrased this the wrong way, but this particular person had been, and the phone rang, and it was Billy Connolly. He didn't introduce himself. He just went, Benjamin Netanyahu. And I said, what? He said, Benjamin Netanyahu. And I said, sorry, who is this? He went, Benjamin Netanyahu? What's that about? For fuck's sake, Benjamin Netanyahu? And he put the phone down. I thought, it was Billy Connolly riffing on the name Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, and he would have done the same with jojoba. Jojoba.
The month before November, that was the joke.
That, exactly.
Sometimes Paul O'Grady phones me up and just goes, oh, then hangs out.
What's that? Get that? No. Stop it. No, don't.
Doesn't say no, don't.
Doesn't it?
No, that's Frankie Howard.
Oh, damn. So easily confused.
Which reality TV format was invented by Charlemagne's father? There's a picture of Charlemagne.
Big Brother?
It's not as well as Big Brother.
All
I will
right.
give you a clue.
Celebrity Big Brother?
On Channel 5. I'm a king, get me out of here.
That'll cover it. I can tell you it was presented by Dale Winton.
Supermarket Sweep?
No,
Total Wipeout? What else has he done?
Oh, yeah, you're pretty good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I know the workings
Big
of...
fan.
Yeah. You're good on Dale.
Yeah.
Who was this?
You probably don't know who Dale Winton is, do you?
Chap or lady?
Audience, He's a very charming gentleman, Mr. Winton. Well turned out, crisply well turned out gentleman. Very nice man.
Who was his father, then?
Well, Charlemagne's father is a good question. Unlikely to have heard of him. I'd be very impressed if you have heard of him. He was Count Pepin the Short, unfortunately. But if you go back to... This is even pre-medieval. This is Dark Ages. If you go back to that time, justice was meted out in all kinds of odd ways. And one of the odd ways, it was a system of testing, which was called an ordeal.
An ordeal.
Ordeal. There were various kinds of ordeal.
So it's ordeal or no ordeal?
Oh, no. If only with Noel Edmonds we were talking about, then that would do it.
Is he a lady or a man?
Is Noel Edmonds... Well, ordeals. This particular ordeal involved... 2 people had a quarrel, and they both had to make the shape of a cross, see? And stay there. I don't know what that's about.
Someone said he's got a small penis.
Are you a real doctor?
It was called Judicium Crucis, the justice of the cross in Latin. And basically, it's a bit like those school punishments where they make you do that, if you ever did that. The one who just dropped his hands first was wrong. And it had the Archbishop of Paris with the abbot of Saint-Denis. Only they would use champions to do it for them. So they would say, you on my behalf, stand for as long as you can in the cross. and in this case, the Archbishop of Paris won.
It's a pity you have to nominate someone,
It's-
because if you didn't, you could just pick on old people couldn't you, in those days, did you know?
You could have ordeals by tickling. They genuinely had all kinds of ordeals by water, ordeals by fire, and so on. But there is a car game.
Is it that one where you've got to keep your hand on the car?
Yeah!
Yeah, and then the last one wins it.
You see?
Yeah.
You do know it.
Oh, yes. I do.
Dale Winton presented, I think on Channel 5,
yeah.
an endurance game show based on a Japanese original called Touch the Truck. That's Dale there. On
I'd
top
love
of
to
it.
watch that.
That's
Just
him.
loads of people touching a car and then that's it. Yeah. For an hour.
For an hour? 81 hours. It's
Well, I'd
because
Sky Plus it and fast forward through it.
I was gonna say, it's basically the last one to give up on touching the truck.
But it doesn't do anything, you just stand there
No, you have to
with your
touch it.
hand.
Yeah, it's going 80 mile an hour. That's a game show.
You were allowed you were allowed a 10-minute break every 2 hours and 15 minutes every 6 hours.
This is made up, isn't it? No one would...
If you fell asleep, you were disqualified, so you had to stay awake. You couldn't just lie on the car with your hand on it. So you had to be consciously touching it. And the idea was the last person left touching it won it. And the winner, you probably want to know all about him, I expect. He won the truck, obviously, and he sold it in order to raise funds to stand as a political...
arm surgery.
No. To stand as a political candidate. He stood for Kingston and Surbiton at the 2001 general election. There was a turnout of 49,093 people, and he secured 54 votes.
Wow. We do it in New Zealand. It's a radio show contest. It quite often happens. Yeah, we're probably the last country still doing it. It's the only way you can get your cars back in New Zealand.
Doing it on radio sounds even weirder to me, I have to say.
Still touching it? They're still touching it?
Do you have to drop
Still touching it?
No, they interview the people who are touching the car. So
Right.
I've got John here. How's it going? Ah, good. I'm still touching it. You know. How many hours now? 7.
Anyway, that's it. That's basically a game show inspired by a Dark Ages... endurance test, yeah. Extraordinary. Describe the travel arrangements of the Japanese flying snail.
Where is it going?
It probably won't travel more than 11 miles, but very fast.
Does it drop?
Yes,
Is it a fall?
Yeah, but how would it get up?
They haven't got wings, have they, see?
No, they haven't. They so haven't got wings. But we haven't got wings and we fly. How do we do it?
No, in an aeroplane.
We get in an aeroplane. We get in some...
Oh, I got the answer
We get
to
in a
this.
conveyance that flies.
They hop on a bird or a creature with wings.
Yes.
A bird.
Yeah.
They
could have been a bat.
Could have been a bat.
Yeah.
Could have been a bat or a bird.
Yeah,
or a strange hybrid of bird-bat. They hop onto a creature with the ability to fly.
But 11 miles, that's very, very high.
It's not the height, it's not the altitude, never mind. They travel...
I've got it in my head that they're dropping 11 miles.
No. It's not a voluntary act. They get eaten by birds. There are two types of birds. On the little island of Hahajima. Hahajima, it's one of the Agasawara Islands, south of Japan, as you can see. And there is the Japanese white-eye and the brown-eyed bulbul, which are two types of bird. There they are.
Yeah.
And they eat this particular snail. And about 15% of them survive the process and are excreted out alive. And so they're kind of spreading their
Is this to
their
scale?
genes further around, yeah.
Because that seems unlikely.
No, it's not. That would be a seriously weighed down.
That snail would eat that bird. I'd back the snail.
Is the bird on the left, is that a white ring round its eye, or is it just excreted a full-size snail?
Whoa! It can be up to between 30 minutes or 2 hours later that it passes through the bird system, as it were, and the bird can fly at about 11 miles per hour.
Does the snail go into his own shell, by which I don't mean get a little self-conscious? does he retreat into his shell
I should imagine he
to
would.
take shelter?
I should imagine he would.
But don't they pick them out of the shell anyway? Don't they get in the...
Like you do it in a restaurant with a special fork.
They've got a special fork.
Which is called armwood.
They've got a special
In case you
I'm
need to
writing
find
it
it.
down. I've got a
Armwood.
ice cream scoop called Vanessa.
Yes. So anyway...
What would you call one of those pizza cutters, the roly pizza cutter?
Clement.
Clement. Fair enough.
Dave.
Well, there you are. Describe the rules on a pirate ship. Rules? Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find?
Well, oddly enough, now, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle, except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, you know, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
Rubbish being a pirate.
I know. It's not quite what you imagine.
My dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
If you rescue one from the sea, no.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
I think essentially we're talking about rape.
Lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came on.
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land! There's
one man responsible. Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
In Treasure Island?
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this! This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redone. I am your father. Jones. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
See, Darth Vader on a big tractor. Yeah. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the Skull and Crossbone flag?
Yes.
Do they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
we definitely covered that in the last series.
Really? I must have missed that.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called What is that, a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What's your great-grandmother doing down the back of the sofa?
Is she a borrower?
Was she a borrower? No,
I come from a particularly small family, and we lost many various pieces. I had an aunt went through a cane chair. We never saw her again.
Was she dead and been cremated when you spilt it?
What was happening around the time of one's great-grandmother? What sort of...
They were using the elderly to stuff sofas.
About 100 years ago, families began to do a thing in order to register their lives and formalise their existences after weddings.
Photographs.
Exactly.
So Victorian...
and particularly their babies. They like to have their babies photographed. But exposure times were quite long, and how do you keep a baby still?
Oh, I've seen this. This is this weird thing...
Heroin.
There's loads of pictures. They've got, like, sheets over their head. Yes. They're sort of holding the child in place.
Exactly. They're called hidden mother photographs.
They're terrifying. There's a website of them.
Yes.
And they're terrifying.
Yes.
It's horrible.
It's like a woman in a burqa.
That's
There's the mother pretending to be a sofa or an item of furniture, keeping her baby quiet and still enough for the exposure time of the photograph. We got another one where the mother looks a bit like a carpet. I mean, it's really... It's not even a baby. I know, it's not even a young girl. There is a whole class of these. And
Don't move, bitch, don't move.
You will definitely get the points there for having known about them.
It's
They're
terrifying.
rather peculiar.
There's hundreds, and they're all sinister. Like, you've gone, rather than just let the kid stand by itself, you've gone, go stand with that ghost.
Yes.
Well, you know, it's weird.
Well, the mother will be talking to the child, saying,
Yes.
it's all right, darling, sit still. I'm going to...
The chair's talking!
I am the sofa.
we have for you probably the first ever photograph of a human being, which is rather exciting. It's from the 1840s, and it's by Louis Daguerre himself. He took a photograph, in those days, very long exposure, and all the people who were there would have moved through as a blur, you wouldn't have seen. But there is a boot boy with a customer with his leg up, as it were, and you can see that, and we can probably circle it for you and give you a little bit of a... And that is the first human being, or a pair of human beings, ever photographed. It's rather wonderful, isn't it?
How long does it take doing them shoes, then?
Yeah, I know, it's surprising. It was a 10-minute exposure, in fact, a 10-minute exposure. It was in 1838. That's how long ago it was. And we have a photograph for you, and you have to identify who the person is in the photograph. Who's that?
Is that Bruce Forsyth?
It's not Bruce Forsyth.
In the early years.
It's quite surprising. It's someone you would not imagine there would be a photograph of.
OK. Can you give us a country? Is it
British?
Is it British?
He was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Small, it's Prime Minister
but he was from an Irish
Is
family. Actually, the Duke of Wellington.
Wow. Duke of Wellington.
Yeah, the victor of Waterloo as an old man. He looks surprisingly benign, considering his reputation. But isn't it amazing? There is a photograph of the Duke of Wellington.
Idea.
Yeah, it's rather fabulous.
That's just a great picture.
It is actually a lovely picture.
I had an anxiety dream about coming on here. I was so terrified of it. And in the dream, I was sitting here, I think I was on the other side, and you were asking the question very sternly.
No.
Yes. The question was, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs? And I didn't know the answer. And did they worship it? And the screens went, worship it, worship it. Which was absolutely terrifying.
Stephen, ask the question. Let's make it happen.
Yes, come on.
I'm such an amateur, I didn't even Google the answer.
That's an amazing dream.
It is a good dream.
That's very specific. You know, it's not like... I mean, I dream, I went up to the shops and bought some milk and some bread, and I wake up, I go, oh, where is it? And... I thought, I'm sure I went up the shop and got it, but clearly, that's a crazy dream. Must have been that blue cheese I had last night, but that...
Oh, yeah, really... Bill. Definitely the blue cheese was the issue.
Yeah, OK, all right. Blue cheese. Were you actually asleep? Or was this a sort of a premonition?
Well, we'll find out.
Well, yes, we will.
Can we just confirm this is happening now, isn't it?
Yes.
But we're not in one of Vicky's dreams, because that would be...
That would be brilliant, now, wouldn't it? You could be the March Hare, I'll be the Aztecs. Bring it on.
Let's get some blue cheese.
Were you actually rather giving away your strategy? Anyway, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs?
You see? Thing is, Victoria, whatever you dreamt was the answer is the right answer.
Yeah.
No, but I know the answer isn't, did they worship it? Because...
I
think you'll find I said that's not the answer.
Yeah.
What the answer actually is... I don't know, why is a raven like a writing desk? It's that sort of question.
It is that sort of
Maybe
question.
for years people will now debate this. 50 years from now, people will be asking, why was the March hare important to the Aztecs?
There is a kind of answer that maybe your subconscious somehow knew. They worshipped rabbits, not hares.
Yeah.
So some part of your brain knew that Aztecs worshipped rabbits.
Honestly, Aztecs worship rabbits?
It's true.
I swear to you I didn't know that.
I swear, and I think people are going to believe me.
I'll go even further than this. There are many people who believe that the rabbits that the Aztecs worshipped were jackrabbits, which are, in fact, technically a type of hare.
And a J word, which makes
And a J word.
This
So,
is spooky.
Victoria Corrin, burn the witch. You didn't see that one coming, and yet you did.
And I dreamt a thing that I didn't think I knew that you say is nearly a fact beginning with J.
Yeah.
This world is far more mysterious than we give it credit for.
Isn't it just a senior moment? The famous volcano near Java, the game...
Krakatoa.
Krakatoa. What's the name of the movie? Krakatoa.
Krakatoa, east of Java.
East of Java, yes. And oddly enough, it's actually west of Java.
Oh, west of Java, yes.
It is an odd thing, but it was one of the first big cinerama kind of movies called Krakatoa east of Java. And it was just a bizarre lie, because it's Krakatoa west of Java. So some producer must have thought, I don't like the sound of west of Java.
It's not going to sell. It's not going to sell. What can we do? We can take it north,
east
south,
of Java.
east. It's going to be fantastic.
So within 10 years, tell me when this great, huge explosion.
1883.
1883?
1882.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, brace yourselves.
Oh, hello.
The explosion, the great, enormous, gigantic eruption of Krakatoa, was in 1883.
I think
Oh.
May I just say, WTF?
There was a documentary about it on the BBC and they reenacted it.
Well remembered, is it? I mean, it's not an easily... I mean, not
normally
particularly...
remember anything.
It was the loudest sound, apparently, that has ever existed, or at least as far as we know, certainly within human reckoning.
So 4 atomic bombs. It's sort of...
No, it was 13 times greater than the Hiroshima bomb. There was 5 cubic miles of rock was spewed into the air, and it was heard 3,000 miles away. You could actually hear it 3,000 miles away, and it... Yes.
That's what sounded like in Australia.
it reverberated around the world, the ripples of it, 7 times. It was a most extraordinary...
And wasn't Krakatoa was like the first global event that sort of was the news of which spread around the world.
We can see behind us Harper's Weekly. It was a media event for the first time. The island and volcano of Krakatoa, Strait of Sunda, submerged during the late eruption.
Yes.
When eventually a human party of people arrived at the site, they found one living creature, and I will give you 10 points if you can tell me the species.
Was it a spider that they
Yes!
found? It was a spider.
Absolutely marvellous. Everybody's on cracking form here.
Wow.
You really are doing superbly well.
What's the spider going? Oh, hot.
It was indeed. It was using 2 legs at a time. Anyway.
Like this.
So it was doing the washing up. Yes, it was. The little J was used by the first man to row the Atlantic to attempt suicide.
Jizz.
Suicide by jizz.
Just on any level. I mean...
Jill the ferret had just had sex star for 364 days. Attacked him in an erotic frenzy.
Yeah.
Jellyfish. That's something that
they do
are in the sea.
You're right. It's slightly confusing. This happened to be the first man to row the Atlantic single-handed.
It wasn't while he was on the boat.
No. He was very extraordinary. As a child, he nicked a pistol from his scout troop leader and fired at his fellow scouts and was expelled from the scouting
I've got a
movement.
badge for it.
But then at age 13, he ran away from home to live in the jungle. And then in his early 20s, he met a pirate who taught him to be a pirate. And he pirated his way around the Caribbean, smuggling liquor and cigarettes and things. And then in 1969, January the 20th, he pushed off from the Canary Islands in a self-righting rowing boat and rowed all the way to Florida. It took him 180 days, and he was the first person to do that. But it was when he was in the jungle in South America that he despaired of his life, and so he wanted to be killed by something beginning with J.
Oh, is it a jaguar?
Is the right answer a jaguar? Exactly.
So what did he do? Did he go out in a meat skirt and a meat helmet and just wait there in the middle of the jungle waiting
Well, in a
for
sense,
a...
no, he just wound them up all night, like teasing them and taunting them.
You look a bit like a cougar, no one could tell the difference. You're a panther.
But the awful thing is, he kept a gun by his side in case he changed his mind, and as the jaguar attacked, he did change his mind and shot it dead, and then sold its skin.
Right.
So it was a bit, frankly, unfair on the
So
jaguar.
he didn't die?
So he was just lying.
But no,
basically lying.
But he really wanted to end his life, so he went out and
Well, he had a gun.
Aggravated. Yeah, I
You
know.
also had a spear.
I know. If he'd really
I
meant
just don't believe this bloke. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to kill myself, so I'm going to wait here for a big cat to arrive.
Sit here winding up jaguars for days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just doing it for attention.
Yes, I think so. The J part of it is that his name is John Fairfax, and if you look up who, you know, the first person to row the Atlantic single-handed was, it was John. Johnny Fairfax. Yes. Anyway, you know how they used to have men with red flags walking in front of cars?
Yeah, well, yes.
Yes.
I've heard of such
I don't
a thing.
remember it.
Oh!
What a trick.
Because they never did.
They're not.
They never did, no. They had a Red Flag Act, which was a little bit earlier, and it meant if you were in a steam...
He tricks you now. It doesn't feel like it's a question.
A steam
It feels
bus.
like it's in the
I
conversation.
know.
Yeah.
It was a trap. It was a wicked trap. I'm very ashamed of
So
myself.
nobody ever had to follow a car? I've
No.
seen a drawing of somebody doing it.
The
I know
Red Flag
drawings
Act
aren't
of-
necessarily real.
I saw a drawing of a unicorn once.
Yes, yeah.
The Red Flag Act of 1865 required men known as stalkers to walk 60 yards in front of a vehicle.
60 yards?
Yes, carrying a red flag. But it lasted
Miles
in
in front. It's back there, it's coming.
It lasted in 1878.
now.
So it was only relevant to traction engines and steam buses. From 1878 to 1896, the flag was optional. And in 1896, it was abolished. And by then, there were no more than 80 cars in the UK. So there was never a time when cars were preceded by red flags in the UK.
Gérard de Nerval.
No, one of them. Gérard de Nerval was a fascinating man.
He was.
Very much enjoyed
As
the
you
way
know,
you said that.
Je suis le veuf. L'un compte.
And he also
Le ténébreux.
famously had a pet lobster, Gérard de Nerval.
He did, indeed.
Who we used to take for walks on a lead.
Vite, vite, monsieur! Monsieur Clicky!
Stay with it, stay with it, stay with it.
Allons-y!
Stay with it, because it's good.
Non.
T'es fatigué?
Non. Allez-y. Tu vas manger quelque chose?
L'eau! S'il vous plaît, l'eau!
Non. Non, pas de l'eau. Non, de l'artichoke.
I never thought I'd see the day when Bill Bailey force-fed Gérard de Nerval's lobster. One of these words on this board has 28 separate meanings. And I'm going to put those meanings up, and you tell me which word it is. Back passage, vagina, penis, jobby.
Jollocks.
Jobby, you think? Jigger. We're getting a lot of jiggering from the audience. Ouija
It
board,
must be jigger.
Golf
It
club.
must be jigger.
Jigger is the right answer. I'm going to share 5 points with Victoria and 5 points with the audience. The word jigger has all those definitions. It's a measuring device, a jigger of rum.
Yes.
A snooker rest, an odd-looking person, Bill. Sorry, I'm just an odd-looking person. A distillery. Look,
Don't say vagina and then point to me.
penis,
Again.
and woman's coat. That's a nice thingamy.
You see,
Door,
now,
pulley.
people do complain that there aren't any good words for vagina. There's no way of saying it that sounds nice. Jigger is not the answer.
I think Twinkle Cave. It's a less offensive term for a foo-foo.
So, sorry. So, jigger is back passage, vagina, penis.
Well, that's confusing
flea,
right there.
straight away.
Just stick it in the jigger. What?
Yeah.
We're going to have to be
Are
more
you talking
specific.
about jigger 1 or jigger 2?
It's also a golf club, so if you ask your caddy, do you think I should pull my jigger out for this job? What do you think?
Yeah, get your jigger out, rest it on your jigger, stick it in my jigger, mind the jigger.
What about Ouija board? You're at a party and let's all put our fingers together on your jigger. It's moving. Is it doing that by itself, or are we making...
Potter's wheel. That was what he used to put on the TV when they ran out of programmes.
Yeah.
Just put the jigger on. Not that one!
Anyway.
A revolving jig. No.
Certain words do double duty, certain words do triple duty. Words like... who's this? What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy, windy... Amy Johnson is the right answer! Very good. There she is. That's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
flew across America.
all cock and brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia?
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding?
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an aeroplane and first flew...
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became, obviously, incredibly good at it. So, yes, now then, talking of flight, I want you all to do a jolly jape now, which is make a dart, a paper dart. And see, the person who can throw it the furthest wins.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There are various kinds you could do. Just try the type you did at school. And obviously, take your time as quickly as you can.
The thing is, I'm going to make one in the way we used to make them at school, knowing full that they didn't fly very well.
Well, some people were good at it and some people weren't. Interesting to see how well you're doing.
It's precision engineering.
Oops, I've made a hat.
I'm going to put little flaps on mine. Is that all right? And a tail?
I just had that idea.
You seem to be... who's... David, have a go. As far as you can go.
Yeah.
Not bad. Did you throw or did you pass like a bowler?
Well,
is great.
it's up to you.
Look at that.
Yours looks
Yeah, that
great.
looks very good.
It went up because of the flaps.
Yeah, the flaps. Flaps gave it lift.
Watch out in the back row. This is going to be lethal.
It's one of those stealth ones. You won't be able to see it. You won't be able to measure it.
You can buy it from Wick. It's got our name on it. Oh! A suicide plane.
That's impossible.
Defies
all laws
of
physics. Acrobatics.
Sue, your chance for glory.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, despite the brilliance of Amy Johnson, but would you be surprised to know that the paper aeroplane that goes the furthest looks like this? Stop.
Yeah, that's a bracelet.
I know, it seems hardly credible.
You just scrunch it up and chuck it.
Unfortunately, not very good at throwing it. I've practiced a bit. But the world record is 200 yards.
No way.
I'm not kidding you.
Straight down.
It's supposed to give it a twist, and that's why I'm not good at it. I've never thrown in American football. That's what you've got to do, is you do it in the style of an American football.
Whoa!
There you go. Not bad. Pretty good, isn't it? Anyway, who first used the expression OMG?
Was it Hannah Montana?
It wasn't Hannah Montana.
That's my guess.
It was a good guess. A reasonable guess.
I'm guessing that in the past it's meant something else.
No, as oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
No. No, this is genuinely the use of OMG in a communication.
Is it going to be on a Morse code?
No, though, funnily enough, you're in the right area. It was
military.
Kissinger?
It's not military, naval. It was two of the great naval figures of the First World War. Who was the
First Lord of the Admiralty during...
Churchill. I've no idea.
Churchill. Winston Churchill. But the great Lord Fisher, in 1917, wrote a letter to Winston Churchill saying, I hear that a new order of knighthoods is on the tapis, meaning on the carpet. OMG, shower it on the Admiralty. So there you are. Oh, my God.
What year was that, sorry?
1917.
OMG.
Yep,
That's
OMG.
a really good fact.
That's a good fact, isn't it?
Can we be certain he meant, oh, my God? He might have meant...
Yes, no, he definitely did. He put, oh, my God, in brackets afterwards. He wrote OMG
that
brackets.
rather ruined the point of
Yeah, I know. But as he was the first user, I guess he had to explain it.
OMG, by which I mean, of course, the longer expression, oh my God.
Oh, my God. Eric Partridge's Dictionary of Abbreviations in 1942 contained dozens of SMS-friendly examples, such as AGN for again, MTH for month, and GD for good. So they pre-existed.
But I heard someone vocalise LOL. I actually heard someone said LOL as opposed to laugh. There's two kids in the street, and I told them a joke, and she went, LOL, like that.
Rather than laugh.
Rather than laugh.
Yeah.
That's just some horrible post-Orwellian nightmare.
It is.
How amazing is that going to be at stand-up gigs if people just, an audience starts going,
LOL. Yeah. Let's just try it. No, after three. I'll just say the word LOL with as little expression as you can. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. LOL. That's the...
Tim Minchin has actually suggested that because people don't laugh out loud when they say lol, that he suggests MAS, mildly amused smirk. Which would be quite good, because that's what happens.
Nelly is another one that you could have.
Yeah?
Nelly, N-E-L-I, not even laughing inwardly.
But you'd be impressed to know that in 1659 is the first use of to unfriend, which we thought was a modern Facebook phrase. But to unfriend was used by Thomas Fuller, who wrote to theologist John Heylin, I hope, sir, that we are not mutually unfriended by this difference which hath happened betwixt us.
Yes, and then I believe his friend wrote back that he liked that letter.
Yeah, he liked that. So, now, what would be the best planet in the solar system to take your annual holiday in, or on? Yes.
Earth.
Absolutely the right answer, I frankly say. I don't think there could be a better answer.
Well, the great advantage of Earth is that you can survive on it.
Yes.
so lovely on a holiday, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
To just live through it.
Yeah, exactly. Hello?
Uranus.
Why Uranus?
Because it would be much longer.
Ah, now there you're getting very interesting. It's about how long a year is or a season is.
How long is a Uranian year?
A Uranian year is 84 Earth years.
84.
But each day is only 17 hours, so again, it spins faster than us.
So how long would a fortnight be?
It's a very good question indeed.
17 times 14 would be a fortnight.
How long's a year on Jupiter, then?
A year is about 12 of our years, but it spins very quickly. So a day on Jupiter is only about 10 hours.
So you might not get a longer holiday the further away from...
And I think I'd need those things that go around your wrists so you don't get travel sick if it's spinning like that.
Jupiter is also entirely gas, which is not really very nice. The shopping and the sightseeing opportunities are amazing. A layer of black liquid hydrogen, 27,000 miles thick, crushes carbon into diamonds that are literally the size of the Ritz. So you could really get some serious bling from Jupiter.
Try to deal with that.
Yeah.
Sort of that size, a diamond the size of a hotel.
And another thing that's rather exciting is that it precipitates neon rather than water in the atmosphere, which creates brilliant bright red rain. It's fabulous. That would be so pretty. So, but
it'd be lovely to go, wouldn't it?
That there...
You don't want rain on holiday, though, do you, even if it's bunny?
That storm, that eye, as they call it, which is in the middle of Jupiter, is about 4 times the size of the Earth, so that's, you know...
So essentially, Jupiter's a nightmare, because if your annual holiday, not only is it a shorter fortnight, it only happens once every 10 years.
Yes! that is true.
Very bad.
Venus, on the other hand, rotates incredibly slowly. A fortnight's break on Venus would last over 15 years.
That's how long the days are.
But you need factor 980 there.
Oh, the weather is awful. It's clouds of sulfuric acid. The surface is hot enough to melt aluminium, so you need really thick flip-flops. And the atmospheric pressure is equivalent to being half a mile under the sea on Earth. The air isn't very fresh. It's mostly carbon dioxide. So it really is a bit... It's a bit like being in an Ibizan club at about 6 in the morning.
You'd only want a week there, wouldn't you? You'd only want a week.
You'd only want a week on Venus.
Right.
So it begins with J and appears to be alive.
Is it me?
You begin with J and are most magnificently, radiantly alive.
He's on the town.
Lisa.
James Blunt.
Closer, I grant you. Yeah.
Jeremy Clarkson.
Oh! This is something that appears to be alive and quite obviously isn't.
Jedward, then. I'm revising my...
So much work
Take
to
do.
Yes, but in order to find out whether the brain is working, there's a machine that is used by doctors, an electroencephalograph, and you can tell whether a brain is alive by attaching it. And there is something that quite manifestly isn't alive, but if you attach that same machine to it, will give off the same signals as a brain.
Is it jelly?
Yes.
Fucking hell. I can't quite believe how intelligent I am sometimes.
No, no,
How did I get that?
It was wonderful.
You're a genius. Is it any type of jelly, or is it...
Well, sort of large jelly in a mould on which you could fit the electrodes of an EEG.
Oh, that kind of jelly, right.
From its EEG results alone, it would not qualify as sufficiently dead to have its life support removed. That's the point. I know that seems insane. The reason it
All
seems...
the other jellies sitting around the bedside weeping.
Yes. He's still alive, he's still alive. You can't turn it off.
Comforting one another.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one outside having a fag.
One wobble for yes, 2 wobbles for no. Neurologist Adrian Upton examined the electroencephalography of gelatin desserts, as he put it, to make a serious point about brain death. Because what happens is the jelly picks up extraneous electrical signals in the room from sources like respirators, IV drips, even ringing telephones. The implication is that a brain apparently generating similar signals may in fact be quite dead. On the other hand, it may well be quite alive. It isn't enough to use an EEG to tell whether someone's alive, that's the point.
So jelly is always wobbling just a little bit.
It's always going to be wobbling a little bit. But it is rather extraordinary, isn't it? An amazing thought. At least I think it is.
Lovely thought.
It doesn't mean that EEGs are useless. They just have to be considered with other things to suggest whether or not someone is conscious or alive.
Is that an excitable jelly just there that's suddenly flatlined?
Is that right? Well, now, let's play Stick the Knees on the Elephants. You should have cards with elephants on, and you should have little red dots. And all you have to do is stick your red dot on the knees of the elephant. It's as simple as that. It's a little fun art craft thing that you can do.
I feel a little bit like we've underperformed and we've been taken to a special class.
Yes, that's right.
Where it's mainly arts and crafts and colouring in, and you know what? You can't fail. We've all done very well.
That's right.
I'm just doing polka dots.
Very sweet, but try and do it on the knees of the elephant if you can.
I think elephants have got a lot of knees. That's my... Because otherwise, why would you have given us this many dots?
You don't have to use all the dots, I may say.
This elephant's actually got the same thing that Jack used to have at the top of his thigh. It turns out it was nothing, but it was a real worry.
Yes.
I've marked his sphincter on there as well.
So have
Well
I.
done. Oh,
So
there
have
you are.
I. We've got
snap.
matching sphincters.
Yes. All right, so if you'd like to present and show.
So, sphincter, eyes, because it's nice to get to know them. And 4 knees.
Can you just tilt the card forward a bit so they're not too shiny? They reflect on the camera
I've gone 4 knees on each.
Are you tilting it forward a bit as
asked?
Sorry? No, you're not.
I can't get taken down to a lower class than this.
Yeah, there you go.
What are you doing, arts and crafts?
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Knees and knees.
Well, I mean...
I've got knees on the front, none on the back.
Everyone except Alan has at least managed to put dots on the knees, which are at the back of the elephant, because the front two joints are elbows.
Oh.
All mammals, essentially...
Whoa, hang on. Whoa, you're going to have to back up there a little bit. He's got elbows on his
his front legs, yes. His front legs are essentially arms. I mean, the bones in his front leg are the radius and the ulna, just like ours. They're essentially walking on their hands and on their hind legs. And we may think of elephants as having 4 knees. They don't. They only have the 2 knees at the back. The 2 front ones are elbows. It seems unlikely, but it's true.
That means my interesting bar fact that I tell everybody, that the elephant is the only animal in the world that has 4 knees, is complete rubbish.
Exactly. And it's a common fact you'll find on the internet, and it's a lie.
Wow.
And any zoologist will tell you so. So, I'm afraid it's -10 to everybody except Alan. That's very good. So, well done, Alan. In fact, you got it right, didn't you, in the end?
No, I didn't. I put 2 knees. I thought it only had 2 knees.
Which it does.
But I put them on the front.
Oh,
the elbow.
Yes, you get the -10.
How many jellyfish are there here?
In that picture?
Yeah.
What is it? One with a very flamboyant hat on. Sorry, where are the words with a flamboyant hat on?
It was the one that was enough, but it is a flamboyant hat. The flamboyant hat gives it its name. If you've ever seen a Portuguese conquistador, they wore hats like that.
They didn't have many in Croydon.
They didn't know, but...
is it a man o' war?
A Portuguese man o' war is what it is, but it's not... I'll give you a clue that it's not a jellyfish. And it isn't even a single creature. Portuguese man o' war is not one animal. It's a colony of animals that operate together as one.
Like the Borg.
Incredibly. Yes, we are Borg. Exactly.
We are Borg. We are jellyfish.
Why isn't it called the men of war, then?
I know it should be, because originally people didn't understand that, and so they called it the Portuguese man of war because it looked like a Portuguese helmet on the top. The inflatable bladder along the top is one creature which provides buoyancy and works as a sail. The tentacles are separate and carry the coiled, spring-loaded harpoons, which have the most incredible speed. They explode in 700 billionths of a second, which is the fastest known animal mechanism on Earth, and very painful. And there are other creatures that make part of this colony, gastrozooids, which digest the food, and gonozoids, which are the gonads, the sexual reproduction
So
part
they're
of it.
separate, so you've got...
They're actually separate creatures.
The stomach floats along, and then you've got the gonads behind.
Yep.
So the stomach's looking for its bollocks, essentially, in the middle of the...
It's called a siphonophore, that kind of a creature. And because they drift passively, they collect in vast herds of thousands or so. And that's why the appearance of one is enough to clear an Australian beach, as you probably know. You've seen, because one tends to mean there are going to be lots. And the sting is very painful. 10,000 Australians a year, on average, receive a Portuguese man-o'-war sting. Not pleasant.
Toughens you up, though.
No, exactly.
I mean, that's life, isn't it?
One day it'll toughen you up enough to win a test match against us. How many times in history have I been in a position to be able to say that?
I
Not
know,
many.
and I enjoyed
That's
it
exactly.
so much.
What did the environmentalists say to the camel?
Stop farting. They produce a lot of methane.
Yes, they do. Where in particular?
Out their arse.
No, there's a particular place where camels are extremely numerous.
Egypt.
Yes, but this is a place
Oh, no,
where...
Australia. Is it Australia? We've got more wild camels in Australia than anywhere else on the planet.
Exactly. They have the highest number of feral camels. In fact, they have 1.2 million of them.
I like rats. They're vermin.
Yeah.
They get in your house.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
you can
nightmare.
see only that sign could be Australia, couldn't it? Look at it. Camel, wombat, kangaroo. But the fact is, they export them to Arabia for meat and for racing.
Because they're a finer sort of species of
They were brought over originally as a pack animal to Australia. They seemed very natural because Australia's a dry country and camels survive well, obviously, in dry climates. People thought perfect, but of course they bred and they bred and they bred, and suddenly you've got these 1.2 million camels, and they do an enormous amount of anal wind expulsion.
They were on at download, actually.
Yeah. 45... It's actually...
This important orchestral
to be fair
manoeuvres in the dark.
To be fair to them, it's not so much anal as oral. It's 45 kilograms of methane a year. It's quite extraordinary. It's a sixth the amount of the average car. So now there's a company called Northwest Carbon, which has set up a thing where you offset your carbon footprint, if you're an Australian car driver, by paying this company to go and shoot camels. Which is basically a bit unfair because, let's face it, Europeans with cars are as unnatural to Australia as camels are. And it seems a bit unfair. Why shouldn't the camels shoot the humans?
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. While we're talking about all this whole business of ecology, Sainsbury's, the supermarket chain, very useful supermarket chain. The great thing about Sainsbury's, it keeps the scum out of Waitrose. All right, here's an initiative announced by Sainsbury's.
Go on.
By reducing the diameter of the tube of a loo roll from 123 millimetres to 112 millimetres, right? Just 11 millimetre reduction. They will be able to fit more rolls into the same lorry. Given the scale of the loo roll market, we use 45 to 50 rolls a year each. And that's including you.
I do that over weekend.
Yes, all right. This will mean 500 fewer lorry trips a year just by doing that, by reducing the centre tube by 11 millimetres.
Wow, this is the principal difference between men and women, in my view, is the amount of loo roll that women use is unbelievable.
What is it about humans and big ears?
They get bigger.
They get bigger.
Ears get bigger.
Yeah, I mean, old men do seem to have longer ears, but the trouble is no one's done a study where they've measured their ears when they were younger. Because it could well be, it's logical,
the head's
that actually having large ears is a predictor of a long life.
Oh. I know what that man did for a living.
What's that?
He was a bowler hat model.
He was a very fine bowler hat model.
I've got quite big ears, but I can also see what it's like to be someone whose ears are flat against the side of their head, because I can go like that.
Oh, my goodness!
And I can hold it so it's like having an instant facelift, like that.
How do you do that?
Well, I can't really talk like this as well. I'll tell you later. It means I can do a thing like when you do it on a roller coaster and you just go over the top, you go... I bet your so-called serious brother Jeremy can't do that. He can't do that.
Yeah, there's another way.
He could host a phone-in about it, though, couldn't he?
Do call in if you can wiggle your ears.
No problem with your ears. Give us a ring now. Go on.
He did once on his show, genuinely, I thought they were running out of things to do that day. He said, please, and this was, honestly, it wasn't a joke, he said, please phone in if the sound of your own voice terrifies you. That was a phone-in topic.
Did anyone call in?
Screaming.
Any calls?
Yeah, they had some people ring up, yeah.
Sobbing.
So
help me, I'm so afraid!
What lives underwater and is the loudest animal in the world for its size? Greg Proops.
Oprah.
Good answer, but untrue.
Is it going to be a blue whale?
Oh, you were doing so well.
No, it's the largest in relation to its size. The noise it makes is quite astounding. When I tell you that its size is 2 millimetres and it creates a sound of over 99 decibels, which is like a freight train passing by. It's an incredibly loud noise, and it's a little lake creature, actually. You know those things that almost seem to walk on water? Do you remember what they're called?
Our Lord.
You could call this the Jesus insect if you wanted. It's a water boatman. The water boatman is a beautiful little creature, and it uses the surface tension of the water, there you see, to walk along the water.
That's a pond skater, of course.
So unlike a blue whale in almost every respect.
The noise it gives out is like a passing freight train. We have a theory how they produce it, and we'd like you to try out our theory. They use their penises against their tummies.
Peni.
Peni, if you like, penises, if you wanted to speak in English. But, by all means, peni, if you like. They rub their penises on their tummy and somehow create a noise of 99.2 decibels.
But that's just a theory, though, right?
Yep.
Because I put my penis against my belly, it don't make no noise.
If you really whack it, though, if you...
Steady.
It depends on if I have to get up in a hurry. Like if I got
and imagine that it's a penis, all right? You pass that to Greg.
You know, imagining is not helping, but all right.
Obviously, there's yours, Alan. No. You can have a normal one. Now, this is quite complicated, but you should have a little bowl of rosin, as in the kind of stuff that ballet dancers use to keep their shoes from sliding on the stage and string players use for their bows. Ordinary rosin. Oh, very good. Listen to that noise. Keep doing that. You're rubbing, you're trying to... It gets surprisingly loud, doesn't it? Oh, God, yes!
I don't seem to be attracting any boatmen or women.
Not getting 99 decibel.
There, you see that?
This is still louder, though.
Is that yours?
But isn't that surprising?
Wow.
It's like Mars attacks.
Yeah.
Our brains will explode.
Solo.
Alan's very good at it, isn't he?
Have you given him a wand? Is that a wand?
What does a robot jockey do?
Ah, yeah, these robot jockeys ride camels, don't they?
You are good, and you've already got the points.
Yeah, the robot jockeys, they're a form of racing in Dubai, in particular, and perhaps across
the
the
UAE generally.
They have camel racing, and the camels, I think at that speed probably couldn't take human weight on them. They have to be quite small. So I'm presuming at some stage they experimented with either little people or with children. Yeah.
It was reintroduced by King Fahd of Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, and children were indeed taken from their parents and were forced to be the jockeys on these camels.
What do you mean taken from their parents? People would just turn up at a random house?
I'm afraid, as you probably know, much of the service industries are performed by Sri Lankans and Indians. The Gulf Arab people themselves don't do much of the basic work, and it was Indian children who were taken to be jockeys. It was not a pleasant story, and there's no way of dressing it up nicely.
And how much control do they have over the camels exactly?
Well, they've got reins, and they also have GPS, so they know where they are. Now, you may say, why they put a face and a hat and costume on it. The fact is, the camels were spooked out when the robots just looked like machines. The camels were much more relaxed at the idea that it was a human on them, because they've sort of grown used to the idea.
Right.
So these only weigh a few kilos. They're not that expensive, about $500 each. They whip the camels by remote control, because the managers are following in a truck. So they do whip, I'm afraid. They're far lighter than the child jockeys, and I suppose it's less inhumane. They were designed in Switzerland.
Please, may I tell you the only camel joke that I know?
Please.
OK. There's two guys in the army out in the desert, and there's a new recruit, and there are no women around at all, and the new recruit says, "What do we do for sex?" And the old guy says, "I'm afraid it's the camels." And so that evening, they're all let out towards the camels, and the old bloke's running really fast, and the young guy says, "What are you doing? It's only a camel." And he goes, "Yeah, but you don't want to get an ugly one, do you?"
So what are those camels we're looking at? What sort of camels are they?
I'm sorry. There is another camel joke.
All right.
which is same starting point. Initially taken for the first couple of minutes and said, "Oh, I'm afraid there are no women here. I'm afraid it's the camels." So late at night, the guy declares, I can't take it anymore. I'm as horny as hell." And he goes out and he rides the camel. And he comes back in and goes, "Well, that's the best we can do." And the man says, "Well, actually, when I said we've got the camels, we normally ride them into town."
Anybody else got any camel jokes? No. How far can you go on a cup of joe? A cup of joe being an Americanism for...
Java? Coffee?
Coffee, a cup of coffee. Yeah, a cup of
I thought it was an insane cat. You could actually ride on the back of Joe.
That is a somewhat caffeine-crazed cat.
That's a flat white too many for that little kitty.
It is rather, isn't it?
How far you can actually go in terms of energy?
No, it's more literal than that. If you're carrying a cup of coffee, how far can you go before you spill it? This is actually all down to science. What is the science of the movement of liquids called?
Wobbleology.
Fluid dynamics.
Yes.
Fluid dynamics is a whole science.
Fluid dynamics.
It's a whole science, and the most important one, and much has been discovered as a result of fluid dynamics. It is a very useful and fruitful area of discovery. But one of the things they've discovered is that the average human stepping pace happens to cause an oscillation, which means that between 7 and 10 steps, you are going to spill the coffee. You will set up a series of wave movements. That means the furthest you can go is probably about 10 steps before you will definitely have spilled some coffee.
This is the Mrs. Overall effect.
Yeah, exactly. But they suggest a flexible container to act as a sloshing absorber with a series of annular ring baffles. So they're just suggesting the...
Annular ring baffles?
That's right, like a hobbit, surely. That sounds like space.
You can order them online, can't you?
I'll tell you what, the amount of times my annular has been baffled. Oh, dear. I'm always down the
Baffle your rings, sir.
Yeah.
Annular ring baffle is a bit of a tautology because annular means ring-like anyway, so it's a bit silly.
Annular ring baffle.
You used to take the baffle out of your exhaust pipe to make it louder.
That's right, yeah. I mean, baffling is sound muffling, isn't it? But it's also absorbing waves, and that's essentially the same thing, because if you're muffling sound, you're absorbing the
if
waves.
you put a baffle in your anus, that'll make you have quiet farts.
I suppose it would. Until pressure built up to such a stage.
Then you're potentially lethal.
And then you could have someone's eye out in the aisle at Waitrose, which you wouldn't want. But there have been more obviously useful...
Baffle your rings, sir.
There have been more useful applications for this business of this whole resonance business of building up frequencies that cause oscillations that can be dangerous. Have you seen Albert Bridge in London? There's a particular sign. It sort of leads from Chelsea. There it is. It's a famous sign. It's a rather beautiful, one of London's most beautiful bridges. All troops must break step when marching over this bridge. Why would that be?
Something to do with an oscillation.
Yeah, exactly. If you're marching in rhythm, chunk, 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 you might set up a resonance that would cause the bridge to collapse.
That's why Michael Flatley can never get north of the Thames. For a reason. He's furious. He's always wanted to go to Madame Tussauds. Right now, he's at the Elephant and Castle going, I can't believe it. I want to go and see the Queen. I just can't get over there. It's a bleeding nightmare, so it is. Shocking state of affairs. And
good. Well, I think we've... Let's pin the knee on the bird. So stick a little sticker on the bird's knee. That's all you have to do.
Well, it's never going to be where I think it's going to be. In the knee bit.
Or it could be a double bluff.
Oh, not a double bluff.
Well, I'm going to put in an early pitch for there. I'm going to say it's got a knee in its neck.
Right.
And that's how it bends its neck. And it's a little quirk of nature.
Oh, and Jack's put one on.
You're not putting it on the knee where the knee is.
But he bites.
No, because the bendy bit would be... Oh, no, that could be like a little camp-arm.
The wings are going to be the arms this time, aren't they? The wings are the arms, aren't they? The wings are the arms.
Wings are the arms.
The legs are the legs. The legs have got the knees in.
The legs have got the knees in. The legs have got knees.
The knees where the bend in the middle.
Going
knees, I'm going in.
Going in, he's going in, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm feeling a double bluff.
You're just covering the entire animal with red dots, Cal.
No, I've just given
turning it into...
I've given it a perm.
You're giving it a coxcomb. There we are. So you've... Ah, dear, I'm afraid, Alan, you've fallen into our little trap. Those are not the knees. People think birds' knees goes backwards. Those are ankles.
Oh, you see?
You see, those are ankles.
Something like that.
Here, maybe? There. Now, Jack. Points for Jack. You lose one for the bottom one, which is there. Forget that one. Exactly.
It's an unusual flamingo, and then it's got a duck coming out of its arm.
It's pretty hard to deny.
Where are the duck's knees? For goodness sake? Ask the flamingo.
Yeah. Well, there are the knees at the top. They're usually covered in feather. And the bottom bit is the ankle. I know
So there's a very real chance if you kicked a flamingo in the knees and the balls at the same time. That's some pain, isn't it?
Whoa, yes.
Because they must be up in the same sort of area.
Yes, they don't really have testicles, though, do they? I mean, they have little sexual parts.
It'd be quite a different...
as do I.
It'd be quite an unnerving sight as flocks of flamingos flew overhead if they did have dangling testicles.
Boy, girl, boy,
very worried.
Boy, girl.
So do I get a point? Have I got a point?
I think you've got a point, Jack. Yeah.
There's an apple for you.
Oh, I can't tell you how much that works. That always works with me. Thank you. Oh, bless you, apple.
Starts with an apple, next thing you know, you're in some sort of therapy. Be careful.
The rules on a pirate ship.
Rules?
Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find.
Well, oddly enough, now, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle, except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
Rubbish being a pirate.
I know. That's not quite what you imagine,
My
is it?
dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
If you rescue one from the sea, no.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
Well, I think essentially we're talking about rape.
That lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came on.
Exactly. Why, you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate's voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land! There's
one man responsible.
Right.
Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
In Treasure Island?
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this! This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redubbed. I am your father. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
See, I'll play her on a big tractor. Yeah. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Did they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
we
isn't
definitely
it?
covered that in the last
Oh,
series.
really? I must have missed that.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called. What is that, a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What's this little frog doing? What's this chap up to?
Wow. It's practicing first position?
What's going on in the background?
He's trying to build up his nerve and to jump into that gushing stream.
No,
He's just going, I can do this.
He's facing the other way.
I can do this.
Is he fishing? Is he catching things in his web?
I was thinking maybe there was a plane load of frogs trying to land. Well, you know, air traffic controller frog.
Air traffic controller frog. What is it about the background?
Running water, stream...
What does that create? If you've got a waterfall behind you, how do you communicate with your neighbour? How do you shout?
Sign language.
Yes.
No.
Semaphore.
Really?
It's the semaphore frog, because it lives by waterfalls and cataracts, and so little won't get heard. So that's how it communicates. Basically, it's saying to other males, this is my territory, keep away, or it's saying to girls, here I am. It is a wonderful sight. It solved the problem of the fact that it can't vocalise because it lives in a noisy environment. There are other ways of attracting mates which are unusual. Yes?
The internet.
If only you'd said what you often call the internet. What do you sometimes call it?
The interweb.
Yes.
Web spiders.
Spiders, yes.
Spiders make webs to catch prey so they can survive and thrive.
But there's a particular breed of spider. They ejaculate into a pad of webbing and transfer the sperm-laden pad to their palps, which are like their antennae, and then they wave them around to attract the female. I've got some sperm here. I've got some sperm for you.
Oh, God. I used to do that to my ex-girlfriend because...
Why am I not surprised by the word X in there?
Yeah, I mean, she just wanted to have a baby so bad. It was just real easy to get her excited like that. I got some sperm, and she'd come running, and I'd be like, I'm just kidding.
You'll probably each well out of it.
Yeah. Exactly. She's the better for it. I mean, in fact, I take pride in believing that I helped her prepare
and
for the next
what
cat
you're
she
saving on triple-ply tissues. There you are.
In some weird English way, I feel dealt with.
What should you avoid going to bed with? A jactitator or a jactitator?
The second one.
Why?
Because it means someone that wiggles about a lot.
Yes.
Who does it?
Yeah, the official name for it is Willis-Ekbom disease, also known as restlessness or particularly restless leg syndrome. That's one meaning of jactitation.
The other...
yes, the other is...
Is speaking unpleasantly of somebody.
No, nice that you're trying, and don't be put off. It's a very specific... I won't say crime exactly. It's a malfeasance, possibly. Yes. It's a wrongdoing that people do, and that is to maintain that you're married to someone when you aren't.
That's right.
You are so angry if you're... Why are you angry? If a man says, oh, yes, she's my wife, we're married, she goes, no, we're not. You can go to court
And your remedy is a suit of jactitation of marriage, in which you ask the court to declare that you are not married to the person who is claiming that you are.
Is the jactitation, is it the denying of the marriage, or is it the maintaining the marriage? You're still married when you're not?
A jactitator is someone who claims to be married to you when they aren't.
So, ding dong, darling, I'm home. You're not married to me.
Yes.
That is the bad guy is the ding dong, darling, I'm home in this situation.
Exactly.
Stop doing this.
I could actually take you to court because you never stop saying that we are married. But we're married in comedy, Alan. We're married in comedy.
There you go again.
Comedy and erotic love. Those two, surely. Hello.
Do you know what the opposite is? Because my husband often says he's not married.
It's party treat time now. Isn't this exciting? I've got something really interesting for you to try. It's powdered miracle berry. Now, you should have a little cup like this. So if you can instantly put that pill, as it were, that's in your cup, in your mouth, I promise you it's not going to hurt you.
We don't even question.
Don't swallow it.
We're just doing it. Yes,
Don't swallow it. Please do it. Don't swallow it.
Show me your
Don't swallow
kiddies.
it.
We've been down this road before, mister.
Only bite it when you see the whites of the eyes.
Don't bite it. Don't bite it. Just really roll it around your mouth. Roll it around your tongue. It's quite sweet. It takes a little time for it to work, but when it does work, it's rather extraordinary.
It's like a dead refresher.
Yeah, it is, exactly. It's exactly what it's like. But just to try and do a bit of action on it, just so that you can get it to dissolve, spread it all over your tongue. It is quite miraculous. It's why it's called the miracle fruit. It's rather exciting.
I've slightly crunched mine.
Oh, well, don't worry. Don't swallow. Don't swallow. Just keep...
Why not?
Keep it in your mouth. There's a good reason. I want for it to cover all of your tongue, because it does something extraordinary to your tongue, and that's what you're going to discover. So keep sucking. Keep sucking.
I must remember this speech.
Yeah. If you made them swallow,
it does something extraordinary to your tongue. Don't swallow it.
So do you feel you've got more or less coated yourself in it?
Yeah.
What it does is it actually gets rid of your tongue's ability to detect sour and bitter. So I want you to just take a bite on this lemon. You'll find, when you bite on the lemon, that it's not exactly sweet, but that it really has taken away 90% of its sourness.
I'm going in.
Isn't it? Your whole pill.
I've done a lot of coating.
Oh,
It's delicious.
Isn't it? It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Oh, it's good, isn't it?
None of you has pulled the kind of...
That is like a really sweet orange.
Exactly. It's
I'm going to
bizarre.
regret it later.
It is a most extraordinary experience.
I love that. Ooh,
and that will last. That will last for
Yeah.
about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour.
I'm going to have chronic
You'll be able to have
gastritis in 20
lime.
minutes.
And it was very popular, this miracle fruit. They used to have parties where they'd have this kind of rainbow of different flavours that would occur, because it takes away your ability to taste the bitter or the sour, or indeed the salt. So everything becomes sweet, but it retains a little of its own flavour. But it does work,
Amazing.
doesn't it? It is, absolutely.
Although it is vitamin C, so internally I'm rebelling.
Just for the very fact that it might even be slightly healthy.
Absolutely. No, a friend of mine used to go and feed the horse at the bottom of his garden when he was a kid bits of lemon, because it used to make brilliant faces when he...
That's just naughty.
It is cruel.
That's very naughty.
Very entertaining.
I'm going to save one in my pockets. I'm going to have one later. I'm going to give one to a friend.
Yeah.
So much nicer.
Yeah.
It's just...
We've witnessed something
your mouth
big tonight.
Yeah.
It's all over.
It will taste lovely for half an hour.
My favourite word is today. It's not sour anymore, is it? Not sour anymore. Right, it's all round your mouth.
And that's why I asked you to write a limerick. So have you got limerick for me? Any of you? I hope you have.
I do.
Oh, go on then.
Girls first.
Yeah.
I carouse in a style bacchanalian, but I sleep in a way marsupilian. I like to eat cheese, but I never say please. Yes, I'm French, but I'm also Australian.
Oh, that's very good. It's certainly better than the one I know about Australia. There was a young man from Australia who painted his arse like a dahlia. Tuppence a smell was all very well, but threepence a lick was a failure. Alan, what have you got for us?
I've got... There once was a show on TV that was always the smart place to be.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware you'd rather be there, but instead you're stuck here with me.
Oh, very good. I like it.
I've got one about Rob Brydon.
Oh.
Just because I found something that rhymed with Brydon.
Yeah.
There was a young man called Rob Brydon whose favourite film was The Poseidon Adventure. He would watch it regularly. That funny old man called Rob Brydon.
That's not an easy one. Yeah.
It's easy to win on QI. You don't need an IQ that's high. Try not to be haughty, just be a bit naughty and make sure you please Stephen Fry.
Yeah! Very good. Yes, Rob, what have you got for us?
Nothing, as will become evident. There once was a chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, hello.
Whose punning was simply sublime. Sat next to Alan. Oh, bugger. OK. There once was a man called Tim Vine, whose punning was more than just fine. Sat on the panel with no end of flannel, that lovely young chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, that's very good. Very, very fine.
This is one I read in one Piccolo book of jokes. There was a young man from Devizes whose ears were different sizes. One was quite small and no use at all. The other was huge and won prizes.
Oh, that's very sweet. I like that. Excellent. Well, the strange thing about limericks is no one knows why they are called limericks. They seem to have no relationship to the town of Limerick, but they continue to be popular and sometimes excessively rude. There was a young chaplain from King's who talked about God and such things, but his real desire was a boy in the choir with a bottom like jelly on springs. What is it about software engineers that drives people to violence?
I don't like software which anticipates needs I don't have. The sort of spell checker thing which corrects your spell which you didn't want to spell. I've got RSI now from correcting the corrections on my phone.
If I want to type the C word, and I do sometimes, it comes up with Cynthia, and that's my mother-in-law's name. And she's lovely. It seems so unfair.
Let's hope it doesn't work the other way round.
Unfortunately, in the original Greek, it is Kunthia. Is it? There is no letter Y in Greek. It's an upsilon.
That's alarming.
It is Kunthia. Yeah, I'm going back to the very first software engineer that ever was.
Babbage.
Well, Babbage owed an enormous debt to this person.
Ada Lovelace.
Ada Lovelace also owed a debt to this person. Ada Lovelace wanted to use the... You've done very well. Ada Lovelace was the daughter of...
Mr. Software.
So disappointing.
Because, you know, Mr. Baker, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Butcher.
Old
Mr.
Jeremiah
Cooper.
Software.
But it's so much more interesting that she happened to be the daughter of Lord Byron, and she was one of the great mathematicians of her age. And she was a woman we should celebrate. And she was a colleague, as you say, of Charles Babbage. And they had got their difference engine, and they wanted to steal the idea of a Frenchman who'd come up with the idea. It's a software idea. It was for automating something. As a little boy, he used to sit on a particular type of machine and watch it working and thinking, I could make this better. And he invented a punch card system for it. And he has... its name is...
It's not those pianos that
No,
play themselves.
pianolas use the same system, but this is before that. It's much more useful because it made something everybody in the world wanted to buy, which is clothes and textiles.
Oh, is it for, like, a pattern on
a loom.
cloth?
A loom. Right. It's a loom, and it's a particular kind of loom. Jacquard is the name. Joseph Marie Jacquard. And he was an extraordinary man, born in 1752. And these looms were used right up until our lifetimes. There you are.
Look at that.
That's what he invented. Now, you look at those punch cards, you think, now, what can that do? Babbage correctly saw this couldn't just make a loom and a tapestry and a picture, but it could also possibly do calculations and other such things that mathematicians were interested in. And so we have a portrait of Jacquard himself, which is done in woven silk using a Jacquard loom. That is done by punched cards. Isn't that astonishing? The depth, the tone, look at the knees there, the way the cloth is. I mean,
Looks almost like a photograph.
It almost looks like a photograph.
You think
That
you'd be
is-
happier, wouldn't you?
It's well, that's true. Smiling in photographs is a very recent thing.
Oh,
It was
really?
never considered normal. It was considered weird to smile. But the question was, why did he drive people to violence?
Because he... Was it like Luddites? Did they come and smash his machinery?
They did, because it took so much work away from
The
them.
shoe throwers, the saboteurs.
And what's the French for a wooden shoe?
A sabot.
A sabot is a clog, and they would throw their clogs into the looms to break them up. And a sabot was known as sabotage, and that's where we get our word sabotage. They would sabotage his machines. And actually, Luddites in Britain were nothing like as violent as the saboteurs of France in Lyon and places like
Different
that.
footwear, I suppose.
Different footwear.
Do more with a clog, can't you, than a conventional shoe?
We had an outbreak of it in my parish.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's a shoe area, so when the automation of the shoe trade came in, there was a bit of smashing up of machines.
That's a nightmare, though, because if the people are destroying the machines with shoes, if the machine's still going, they're just making ammunition. Their own destruction.
I don't think they use shoes.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's
Just
irony.
as they come out, chuck them back at the machine.
You don't have to use shoes to make a machine break. It just the French wore wooden clogs and those sabots. But it is fascinating, isn't it, to think?
Where would we be without trees?
Well, so true. Who fancies a shootout with a real-life Vortex cannon? I've given you one each next. You've got a box. See that box there? It's simply a box, all right? Now, the hole is where the vortex emerges. So if you lean it so that the hole is pointing at the target, all right, and basically what you've got to do is smack the side of the box, all right? After a 3, 2, 1, smack! Very good. There you are. Now... What are you doing? But what we can... Yes? What we can do before you destroy the box... Before you destroy the box, you can do something even more exciting, and that is fill it with smoke. And it will demonstrate what, in fact, was happening with the air. You should all have smoke machines. That's it. Fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke. And now, look! Look at that! Just a gentle tap. That is a vortex. There's beautiful smoke rings. And a lovely one there. And I've got an enormous cannon here. And I'm going to fill mine with... I'll see if I can get mine across the...
You can chase each other.
Across the room here. Here we go. I've got the wrong way around. We'll let the smoke drift a little. We don't like a big dustbin. It's simply pressure of air creating this wonderful vortex.
No, it's not. It's magic.
Nice work. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Hours of fun can be had playing with your own homemade vortex. If I can be serious for a moment. More than 100 million people were killed in wars during the 20th century, and the total number of people ever killed by wars could be as many as 1 billion. Einstein described war as a cloak that covers acts of murder, and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called it a disease like typhus. With all that in mind, here is my question to you. Why did Hitler have such a silly moustache?
Thank God for that. I thought I was on the wrong show for a minute. Well, very serious.
I'm sure you'd agree with my description of war there, wouldn't you,
I
Sheila?
would absolutely. This is a difficult show for me to be on because I'm a Quaker pacifist. So I'm not an ideal person.
Were you born a Quaker?
No, I wasn't. I was a Quaker by convincement, as they call it.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And because my family, the Fry family, were very early Quakers.
Of course they
all the
were.
way,
Of course
yeah,
they were.
It's
yeah.
a very admirable thing, and the pacifism is taken very seriously, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely thing until Hitler comes along, and then it's not much use.
Well, if we'd have done something about it before Hitler came along, then maybe it would
Shaved his moustache
And I
off.
think the reason he had that moustache is he was probably a fan of Oliver Hardy.
Ah, well, it's certainly true that they were popular in the 20s and increasingly in the 30s. Well, Charlie Chaplin, of course, is best known. But supposedly Hitler changed from what was a relatively bushy moustache. You may have seen a famous photograph of him as a Gefreiter, corporal in the First World War. There he is on the left. But there are a couple of stories. No one's quite sure which is true. There was a fellow who served with him, Alexander Moritz Fry, great-uncle Alexander. He was in the same regiment in the First World War as Hitler, and he said that Hitler trimmed it into the familiar toothbrush in order to fit into the gas mask properly.
Oh.
Fry's account is controversial, apparently. He went on to become a satirist and fantasy novelist, starting a family tradition.
Here's the point about Hitler. He's judged very harshly by history, but he did kill Hitler.
I can't take that away from you, Jimmy.
Credit when credit is due.
That's true. Some historians believe that Hitler only adopted the tash in 1919, and his sister-in-law, who lived in Liverpool...
She had one as well.
She may have done. Do you know what her name was?
Muriel.
Almost, as it were.
Gauss Adolf.
Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler.
Yeah, that was her name. Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler?
Yeah. Yes, she was married to Alois Jr., who was Hitler's half-brother. And they had a son, William Patrick Hitler.
Billy Hitler.
William Patrick Hitler went to America and won a Purple Heart in the Navy.
Changed his name, I presume.
Eventually, to Stuart Houston, I think. And he claimed he wanted to forget anything to do with his uncle, but he named his first son Alexander Adolf Stuart Houston. Anyway, yes, Bridget, in her memoir, said that he came to visit Liverpool and that she told him that he should trim the ends of his moustache to make it less bushy. But, as she put it, as in most things, he went too far. But you know, it's a recipe for a disastrous marriage. Oh, Joe.
Dead vicar?
It would be. It would be. Yep.
Live vicar, lovely couple, escaped Bengali tiger.
Yeah, that's really tricky. You've painted a word picture, Greg. Let's think first about budget.
The price of the wedding.
The price of the wedding, yeah.
Is it about 20 grand now?
But yeah, is that a good thing? I mean, does that affect the long term?
So the more you spend doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a happier marriage.
It's actually, the more you spend, the shorter the marriage.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Isn't that extraordinary?
It is really?
Mine should be over in a couple of weeks. What's the bloody fortune?
It was economists at Emory University, Atlanta, who discovered this. They found an inverse correlation between money spent and how long it lasts. Those who spent less than $1,000, which is what, £700, had divorce rates 53% below average, while those who spent more than 20,000, you were talking about that as a sum, had divorce rates 46% above average. But what about numbers who attend weddings? Is that a similar inverse correlation? The more who come, the shorter the marriage?
So, because of the cost factor.
Yeah. Oddly enough, the reverse is true. The more people who witness the wedding, the longer it lasts. So you've got to have a cheap wedding with lots of people. That seems to be the key. This is Randy Olson, a PhD student at Michigan State. He found that couples who marry in front of more than 200 people are 92% less likely to get divorced than those who only have a few witnesses.
Really, you want to get married in Selfridges on Christmas Eve?
Or maybe, if you want to have really cheap and cheerful but lots of people, maybe somewhere like McDonald's in Hong Kong. For $900, you could get 200 guests at a McDonald's.
McDonald's Happy Marriage.
And it's a happy marriage. You get a 2-hour venue rental. you get 50 McDonaldland character gifts. You get 2 McDonald's balloon wedding rings.
Yeah, but how many burgers do you get? Come on, give us that info. I'm thinking about getting remarried.
It's a very simple ceremony, isn't it? You point to the bride. Do you love it? I'm loving it.
Now, last night I tossed 2 heads at the same time. What are the chances? What? I don't understand. What are you doing?
No.
What?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
No, I think I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
Yeah, it's completely valid. 2 coins at the same time.
Yeah, a coin here, a coin there. I just want to know what the odds are.
So I'm tempted to say 1 in 3, but I bet it's not.
Well,
It's 7 in 94.
No, you've got 2 coins. Right?
Yeah.
There are 4 possible outcomes. There's heads, tails.
Yeah.
Tails, and tails, heads.
Tails,
Yeah.
heads.
So it's 1 in 4.
1 in 4.
1 in 4.
Does it have anything to do with whether you normally toss with your right hand?
Let's assuming it's an equal toss. The thing is that it's not that difficult a thing to understand mathematically. But this was given to members of Parliament as a question in 2012. 60% of MPs got it wrong.
Did that include the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
Well, there was a split on party lines. 47% of the Tories got it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And 77% of Labour MPs got it wrong.
Now, listen, I should have said this at the beginning. I have to be very honest. I'm phobic about maths.
No, I understand. I was like you. I was also. My father's a mathematician, physicist, and I was phobic about maths.
Yeah.
I always said I'm allergic to maths. I can't do it.
But actually, it's very beautiful, isn't it? It's really...
Oh,
I wish
love
one
it,
could be
yeah.
turned on to it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get turned on tonight to maths.
All right.
My thinking, Stephen, is if it's a head and a tail, that's one outcome.
Yeah.
And then a tail and a tail and a head and a head. I'm not counting which coin does a thing. I'm still sticking with 3.
Then you'd make it 1 in 3.
And you're still wrong. What do moon starers do, and why might they call themselves that?
Well, the clue would appear to be in the question.
It's too obvious. I'd say they watch bare arses all the time.
Yeah. Is it stated as an anagram of astronomers?
Yay! Points to you.
Good work.
That was damn fast.
It's not an anagram. It's an aptogram. Sorry.
I'll never win Sandy Times, right, will I?
What's an aptogram?
An aptogram is an anagram where the word means roughly the same.
Like Apple Macintosh and laptop machines.
Yeah. Semolina is no meal.
Yeah.
Yes, moon starer is an anagram of astronomer. In what time in history was that a relevant thing? The idea of anagrams and astronomers.
Well, it must have been around the time of Galileo, surely.
It was indeed the early 17th century.
But he wouldn't have spoken English, so why would he have changed his name to Moonstarer?
This is an example of an anagram. He didn't use English anagrams, he used...
Latin.
Latin anagrams. There he is. Why would they have used Ars Magna, great art?
Oh, and that's moon as the arse.
And Ars Magna
And
is
then
an
Magna is
anagram
a-
of anagrams.
Oh.
So, yes. But anyway,
Because the church took a dim view of...
Not because of the church, although the church did take a dim view of what he did. And
I like his very casual approach to the telescope. He's just sort of...
Yeah.
Now I'm going to have a cigarette, and now I'm going to look again.
Was it just to make the whole thing more fun?
If only it was that. In fact, even in his day, there was scientific rivalry. So if you discovered something and you wanted to tell a friend about it, you didn't want anyone else to intercept the news, you gave it in anagram form.
It's like codes at school.
Yes, it is, exactly that.
Do you think they ever used to, like, rub around the telescope with ink and then run away and they'd be like, oh, what's that? Oh, no, my eye.
Who was his great rival and friend?
Is it an anagram?
Copernicus.
No, it wasn't Copernicus, it was Kepler.
Oh.
And he sent him an anagram because he'd discovered the rings of Saturn in 1610.
Not Saturn, that's Uranus.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the wrong one.
You stole them from
I think
me.
one of them
It's
was
still
funny. And he sent Kepler this.
Oh, my.
Smi's Merlin man.
Yes.
Notorious.
Stick that where the sun don't
It's
shine.
pretty obvious what he's putting there.
Yep.
It's a Latin phrase. It actually is an
I've
anagram.
discovered the rings of Saturn.
Yes, it is that.
Yep.
Altissimum planetam tergeminum observavi.
Okay.
I've observed the highest planet to be triplets.
Does he mean he's seen the moons of it or something? What does he mean by
Well, he
triplets?
thought they were moons, but in fact we now know them to be rings.
That must have been so exciting. Do you not think? It must have been so thrilling. Just that one moment when
Yeah.
that suddenly has happened and nobody else has seen it.
I think it's quite clever. I didn't even thought about it, but they worked out their planets because they were moving across the sky and the stars weren't. I think it's just the first thing that made them think
I know.
something was afoot.
And that's what
that one's moved.
Yeah.
Why is that star moved? It's not a star, it's Jupiter.
Yeah, and planet is from the Greek for wanderer. It means a wanderer.
They do this thing in, I don't know if they're still doing it, but they did it for a long time, once a month in Reykjavik. The government would turn out all the street lighting and there would be a lecture on the public radio about the stars. And people would go outside and they'd got rid of all the ambient light and you could look up and listen to the public lecture about what you were looking at. Do you not think that would be a wonderful
To astronomers, anything that isn't hydrogen or helium is a metal. Even apparently normal metals can be quite deceptive, as this trick shows. I'm going to get a glass of water, and I'll get a teaspoon.
Right.
Oh, I'll just to prove that it is water, I'll drink it.
That just proves it might be vodka.
Well, it proves at least that it's not sulfuric acid or something. Because what I'm going to do is try and make this teaspoon disappear. It may not work. I'm not a good magician. I'm a great magician. And so we stir it here, and I don't... Oh, no. Oh, it might not work, it might work. I don't know. Oh... Yeah, it seems to have worked. Right. Thank you. That's rather good, isn't it?
Rather good.
That's good. In fact, on this occasion, it wasn't a magic trick, and it's something you can do. I'll give you your water, and you'll notice the water is rather warm.
Oh, it's warm.
It's warm water.
Warm water.
And I'll give you a couple of spoons. They are metal. They're metal spoons, but the
Are
metal...
they made out of Alka-Seltzer?
Yes. They might as well be. They're made out of gallium. And gallium is a metal, a very useful metal, but it has the quality that it melts, as Alan is showing, in water.
Oh, you wouldn't want that of your teaspoon.
No, it wouldn't make a practical teaspoon.
That's lasting less time than a biscuit.
Yeah. That's it. Now, if you stir it, it'll happen more quickly.
Oh, good Lord, look at that.
Yeah.
That would be the most annoying teaspoon in the
It really would.
But it's like Terminator's teaspoon.
Yeah, exactly. Terminator 2, it should be said.
Yes, Terminator 2-spoon.
Hey! Well, I hope you're impressed with that.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah, it's not poisonous gallium, so you can drink it again.
I shan't.
OK, you can put your glasses away. There you are. Top man.
Delicious.
What was the matter with the Gilbert U238 Atomic Energy Children's Chemistry Set?
Did it have uranium in it?
It sure did. That's what...
glowing green.
That's what U238 is, yeah, absolutely. It contained uranium and other sources of alpha, beta and gamma radiation, including good, healthy polonium, which was in there. Yeah. And it included a Geiger counter and instructions on how to mine for uranium. And,
This is the start of the Iranian weapons program. We have the kit.
The packaging said it was completely safe and harmless. It was sold in 1951, 1952 for $49.50, which is about £300 now.
Whoa.
So it was pricey?
It was pricey.
You wanted your polonium even then, it cost you?
And that's why they stopped making it.
Because it was too expensive.
Yeah, the margins were not good enough for them to make much of a profit on it. As you see, it says along the top, another Gilbert Hall of Science product. And
It also says exciting and safe.
Yeah. That's right, absolutely.
I'm not sure those two things go together.
They don't.
My friend in science dared me to eat some iron filings, and I did it. I got in a lot of trouble. Because my teacher was a magnet. No, but...
Did you then draw a beard? Did you, like, move it around?
I had to go and see the head science teacher and stand in front of the whole class and explain that I'd eaten iron filings. For about 2 years, I was the boy that ate iron filings.
That's a Channel 4 documentary.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Well, the guy responsible, he's called Alfred Carlton Gilbert. And he came up with a number of sets for children. I mean, there was a chemistry set which contained ammonium nitrate, which is the principal ingredient for fertiliser bombs.
You like the stuff, the good stuff.
Yeah, you like to give kids exactly the good stuff.
Agent Orange.
The first experiment in that kit was to make gunpowder.
He just didn't like children, did he?
But his most famous invention is huge in America. It's the American equivalent of Meccano, which is called Erector. And there it is. Are there giggles from our audience? It contains the word erect. Well, there you are.
They're still all smiling out there now.
Because almost everything we think we know about the world is wrong, we've given you each a map, so you can refresh your memories. Yep, there it is. A map of the world.
Is that wrong? Are you telling us that's wrong?
Well, the sea is where the land should be. So I'm saying yes.
I don't mind that. It shakes things up a bit.
It does, doesn't it? It's wrong in other ways.
OK.
But it's a representation, so we'll forgive it for not being perfectly accurate.
OK.
Because it's flat.
It's flat, yeah.
And the Earth is round. If we were on a direct flight from Madrid to Montana, which American states beginning with an M would we fly over on the way?
America. That one?
None. None?
No,
Not
because
American?
you go over the top. You go straight over the top.
Is exactly right. Yes, that's right. Very good. We will show you the route here.
You might go over Manitoba.
Yeah.
Yes, you do go over Manitoba. You miss all the American states. It seems not to be a straight line, but of course, on a globe, it is the shortest distance to go that way. If you were to go what seems a straight line on flat paper, it would actually be going
Although
around the
Madrid
curvature
is
of
on
the
the
Earth with a
same
longer line.
line of latitude as New York.
It is, yeah.
So you could go around that way.
Well, you know, it's still further.
So you've got
You've got a little globe there. You can try it with a piece of string.
OK.
Let's
do that.
You can have a look.
Where's Madrid?
Where did you get Madrid?
Madrid.
There we go. Madrid.
So there.
There you are, viewers.
Yeah.
I've illustrated it perfectly.
You're right, it went nearly over Winnipeg.
Go over Winnipeg and Regina.
Now, you see, and you compare that.
Regina, darling,
you say.
Regina, the Queen.
If you compare the string with the lines of latitude on the globe, you've come so much further up, haven't you? Because the line of latitude would be all the way along that way.
Yeah.
So how much
need more
further is
string.
it?
You need more string. Are you wrestling with the world here?
Yes.
Aren't we all, Steve?
Yes.
Well, that's solved a lot of... Yeah. That's an excellent in-flight tool for any airhead.
Yes.
Explaining where you're going.
Just got to colour in Scotland yellow. I don't want to be the same colour as England.
No.
What we have here is a particular kind of view of the world. It's a 16th century cartographer.
Ricardo Montalban.
No, his name was Gerard Merchant, but it wasn't. It was Latinised.
Gerard Merchant.
Gerardus
Mercator.
Well done, Chris, exactly. It's called the Mercator projection. And it was the first time the world was expressed in such a way that sailors could navigate using straight lines from the compass. But in order to do that, you had to compromise the reality of the shape of the continents. So Africa became, for example, much smaller. Everything near the equator was squashed.
Yeah.
Sometimes people think that this was a sort of imperialist thing to make the centre of
Britain
Europe
enormous.
look
Yeah.
bigger, but it wasn't actually anything to do with that. It was, as always, to make money. It was for commerce and trade. Well, there you are. The Great Circle route is a roundabout way of going in a straight line. Which of these did they not have in the Middle Ages?
Sweet. No.
Sure.
Iron Maiden.
Well...
They didn't have Iron...
Well, no, I'm not very... Yeah, I'm aware there is a group. The most medieval thing seems that thing with the spikes that you put someone in.
Yes.
That'll be the thing they didn't actually have then and was...
You are absolutely right. The Iron Maiden, that, as you say, that sort of sarcophagus with spikes in... They weren't even thought of or imagined until
I imagine they were-
1793.
Oh, I was going to say I thought they were invented by Paul Daniels or something.
Spanish Inquisition. Must be the Spanish Inquisition.
Well, they weren't used in the Spanish Inquisition because they weren't invented till 1793, which was...
My favourite one from the Spanish Inquisition was they put a pole up your anus and they do it in such a way that it avoids all of your vital organs and comes out by your shoulder and then just leave you there for people to look at.
I like the first part of that.
Yeah. It's an actual pole. It's not a Polish gentleman. It's an actual...
Less keen, less keen.
I thought an Iron Maiden was a chastity belt.
No, that's...
I'd like it
they
to
call
be,
that a chastity belt. I think.
Yes.
Yes.
So they didn't ever exist?
Well, 1793, an archaeologist by the name of Johann Siebenkees gave an account of one, which was a hoax. And then 100 years or so later, a guy called Matthäus Pfau had one installed in Kyburg, his Swiss castle, as a visitor attraction. It became the prototype for all the other Iron Maidens that were used in museums and indeed in movies.
Oh, so they haven't really been used as a method of torture?
No, that's what I mean. Exactly. Yeah. They were just a hoax, essentially.
Here's one for you. Here's one for you. What a weird hoax.
It is. But if we go back to my little manuscript word cloud, maybe other ones didn't exist in medieval times.
Well, there wasn't much cardboard about.
So if there were greeting cards, they wouldn't have been...
Not big readers either. Not many people could read.
Or
so
write.
You wouldn't
Well,
be...
exactly. But in fact, there were single-sheet woodcuts found from the mid-15th century with pictures on them, wishing the recipient a very good year, even.
Oh.
It seems a rather modern idea.
Sorry, you've been...
But those banderoles, with the little kind of bubbles, were very popular. They'd say things probably not, sorry, you've been unwell, but things like a very good year. So they did exist. What else might have existed or did exist in that era?
Sweet and sour sauce, definitely.
Yeah. What they called it sour sweet, in fact, aigre douce. And they used vinegar and sugar, cinnamon, orange, onions, whatever they get their hands on. Currants.
Didn't they use onions to sweeten things?
Yeah, well, onions do contain more sugar than sugar beets, as long as you cook them. Hence the caramelised, you know.
They're a bit oniony, though, as well.
Yeah.
They can be sweet, but you wouldn't want too many puddings being that oniony.
No, do you know it's true? They're not that sweet because if you ever go to the freezer and you go for a mini milk and you've left a bag of onion rings next to the mini milks in the freezer. The mini milks don't taste very nice. Yeah. The mini milks taste a bit oniony. Yeah.
What is a mini milk?
What is a mini milk?
Now for some multiple choice. Listen carefully. True or false? True or false questions are more likely to be true than false.
I'm gonna...
I need an answer.
Oh, I love George Harrison. I'm gonna go true.
Is the right answer. Very good. Yep. 50-50 ball, as they say, and you did well. That's right. Yeah, it's...
But there isn't a vault or a bank where all the true or false questions in the world were ever asked and somebody decides to count which are more true or more false. That's like saying when you're given directions, is the first direction more often likely to be turn left or turn right? That's where you're going.
Left.
Yes.
But you can analyse a huge bank of questions, which is what was done. American exam questions in this instance. And they found that it was 56% of them the answer was true and 44% the answer was False. Right. And it seems the reason is that the examiners, of course, have to think of the questions all the time. And it's a lot easier to think of a true question than it is to think of a false one.
When I did my GCSEs, they said as a tip, if you're doing a multiple choice A, B, C, D, and you don't know the answer, go B or C, because the lazy examiners are more likely to put the answer in the middle than on the edge. Would have been better if they just taught us the answer.
Yes.
Don't worry about learning about science, just go C.
All right, I'll give you another chance then, OK. If question 1 is true in an exam, what is question 2 likely to be?
True.
No, it's true, false is more prevalent.
Oh, that's so boring, though.
It's not absolutely guaranteed, of course. The chance the next answer will be different from the present one is 63%, though, so it's quite a high amount. So if question 2, the answer was true, question 3, 63% that it will be false. The way, therefore, to optimise your scores, if you're doing a true or false, is to answer all the ones you know the answer to, obviously. Then the ones next to them put the opposite. And then all the rest that are left over put true. And then you've got your best chance of a good score. Yeah.
Or just revise more.
Or just revise more.
Yeah, you are everything that is wrong with British education.
The French do with marmosettes that normal people did with cheese.
No memory of that one.
We all remember our student days.
Forget the marmosette.
No, forget the
What do
marmosette.
I say normal people do with cheese. What do we do with cheese?
I put it on bread or
Put
crackers.
it in the back of a
What
fridge
else
for
do we
6
do?
months, then chuck it out.
Think laterally. Not the substance, not the food, even. What else is there?
Oh,
Cheese.
not some sort of... No.
No, don't.
Not the substance, not any substance. Not any substance at all.
We say cheese. We say cheese.
That's it. Thank you, Danny. Thank you. Very good.
So the French say marmosettes.
They do.
They say marmosette.
Well, they used to. I put it in the
That makes
past
you go,
tense.
oh, no wonder, because that makes you go like this, and that's what French people look like in photos. Hello?
Yeah.
We have a Frenchman in the audience. We have Vincent, who's come all the way from La Belle France, from La République.
Bonjour.
Let's just listen to him shouting marmosette in French.
Wistiti.
Wistiti. Brilliant. Thank you. And the point is, we smile when we say them.
Which titty?
Which titty?
Which titty?
Which titty?
Which titty? Which titty?
This titty or this titty?
Which titty will make you smile?
Which titty? It does make you smile, just saying which titty?
You stretch your face to say titi, 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 as you do to say cheese. Exactly. And other languages, of course, have other words, or used to.
I don't think it... But people blue steel now, don't they? They blue steel it. They don't...
Well, there is that, unfortunately. But do you know of any other countries?
Yes, the Danish.
Yes.
What? Yeah.
They say orange.
Well, they don't say the word orange, do they?
Well, I don't know what it is, but I remember someone...
It's the
reading
word,
something
it's the Danish for orange. Do we have any Danes in the audience?
What? There's one.
Yes, you're Danish?
It sounds like apple, doesn't it? Say if you could...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, which means...
Pussy?
Yeah. Apple sin.
Titty, a pussy? Which titty, a pussy? This is... Europe is filth.
Korean you might get, because it's their favourite thing.
E.T. dog.
Kimchi.
Nuclear.
Kimchi, yeah.
Kimchi.
They love their kimchi. Argentina and some other Latin countries is actually an English word, they say.
Sorry,
or
how did
Scottish. A Gaelic word, I should say. Ushkibar means whiskey.
Ushkibar.
Yeah, whiskey, or water of life, isn't it?
Ah, Ishkabah is the same in Irish and Gaelic as well.
Except you put an E in it when you make it English.
No, we don't put an E in it because that's right.
They did for one short 48-hour period.
Bulgarian is...
So these
Bulgarian.
must
We
all...
don't have any Bulgars in the audience, I'm sure.
Where's one?
Hey!
Where's one?
You're joking, really?
Is that what you say, a Bulgar? You don't say you're a Bulgar. Bulgarian.
And what would you say if...
Yes,
Zele! Which means... Cabbage, yes.
Cabbage.
Oh, my God. Very good. The sad thing is that they've tended to die out, not because people do blue steel, as you were saying, but because the Americanisms and Britishism, they say cheese or smile, people go, and they just do it.
Isn't it sad? People saying smile. How awful.
How many paintings did Vincent van Gogh, or Gogh, or Gough, or Go, how many did he sell while he was alive?
Don't say none.
None. I'm going to say none.
Don't! Really, I'm afraid...
One.
A few, maybe. A few. It was lots. He sold hundreds of paintings.
Hundreds?
Oh. Yeah, when he was 15, he used to work in an art gallery.
Oh, shut up.
It's true. I just asked you how many paintings.
This is the closest I come to walking out of this show.
I'd like a recount on those two.
It was a horribly mean question, but the fact is, he did sell hundreds. They just weren't his own. He was very good at selling them, too. He did extremely well, and he was a big French company, and his brother Theo ran the Montmartre branch, and Vincent relocated after a while to the London branch. He spent 2 years in London, living in Brixton, and he called it the happiest time of his life. Yeah, he did really well, and he loved it.
Good fun in Brixton.
It was good fun. It was a good place.
Brixton Village.
Brixton Village.
He would have gone and got some chicken from Chicken Licker. That's real nice.
Yeah. Is that your manor?
I used to live in Brixton, and do you know what I nearly did then? I nearly called you man, and then I stopped myself. And I just want you to appreciate that.
I really do. Thank you. Anyway, perhaps the most surprising thing we'll all learn today is that after Brixton, he came back to the UK in 1876, and Vincent van Gogh worked as a supply teacher in Ramsgate. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Wow.
That's a big surprise, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I wonder if the children remembered him for years afterwards.
Mr. Van Gogh.
Flame-haired
Moody
figure.
sod.
Yeah. Then he became a painter, supported financially and indeed emotionally by his brother Theo. He suffered from tinnitus, vertigo, and of course depression. He killed himself aged 37. Only one of his 900 paintings was sold in his lifetime. Sold to a remarkable woman called Anna Boch, who was herself a painter.
One? You said one.
I said one. I asked how many paintings, not how many of his own paintings.
No.
I know, I'm sorry, but look, I did say...
Chairman of the Pedantic Association. It's actually the Society of Pedantic.
Yes, exactly.
In
fact, Anna Boch paid 400 francs for a painting of his called The Red Vineyard, which is rather beautiful. What's the biggest mistake anyone's ever made with a pencil?
I say.
It's got to be a miscalculation or something.
Well, no,
Lead
no.
poisoning. It's not
Steady.
a historical miscalculation.
No, it's astonishing. It took place in New York. In the 90s, I think it was.
Oh.
I'll tell you
I
what
see
exactly.
Was that the pencil there, sir?
I just
That's calculating with a pencil there.
I eased it in. I eased it in, and it was all fine.
Chapter 4. I eased it in and it was all fun.
In 1998, there was a problem with pencils.
Problem with pencils?
Pencil problem. There's no reason for you to guess what it was. It was pencils given to children.
Ah, drugs. Was it the one? Oh, it's
time for drugs.
No, it was. They printed for children pencils that said "Do not use drugs" on them, and when they sharpened them, eventually it said
got
"Use
one.
drugs."
You're right.
Very good, very good.
Here they are.
That's hilarious.
They say here, too cool to do drugs. You shave it,
Yeah.
and it goes cool to do drugs. And then you shave it again, and it goes do drugs. There you are. It was a bit of a mistake, but well done, Sandy. So, other mistakes include, in 1945, the Arkansas legislature accidentally repealed all their laws at once.
With a pencil?
No, they had an act with the words all laws and parts of laws, and particularly Act 33, the Acts of 1941, are hereby repealed. They just meant the particular one, but it legally meant all their laws. And then in 2003, the German agency responsible for TV licenses sent a series of reminders to St. Walburga to pay her license fee. She died in 777.
Never having paid for her life.
I didn't stop them asking. And then in the Australian Morning Bulletin, which of course is called The Bully, they said there was an error printed in a story titled Pigs Float Down the Dawson on page 11 of yesterday's Bully. The story by reporter Daniel Burden said that more than 30,000 pigs were floating down the Dawson River. Actually, what the owner of the piggery said was that 30 sows and pigs.
We'd like to apologise for the error.
What kind of animal does this skull belong to?
Toothy. Well,
it's very toothy.
Looks dinosaur-y to me.
Well, you can certainly tell that it's not herbivore, it's not vegetarian, can't you?
Is it a killer rabbit?
Tiger.
It's a killer rabbit.
Is it a saber-toothed tiger?
Carnivorous. No, it's a bit smaller than that.
Is it a tiny mouse?
And it's a little bit bigger than that.
Is it a mole?
It's a mole!
Oh,
that's a mole. Well done. Well done. A species, not surprisingly, is called the star-nosed mole. And
it looks like that guy from Futurama, doesn't it?
It does. Zoidberg. Zoidberg! Yeah. Why wouldn't you look like Zoidberg? But it's a wonderful mole. They live underground and we don't really have much to do with them. But they're equipped with special powers. For example, they can smell in stereo. So they can tell where something is coming from, which direction they can smell. So very useful in a lift, wouldn't they? They'd be able to, it was you. It was you, Dad. It was you. And they have toxins with which they paralyse and stun the worms that they eat. Why would they want to do that? If they've got the worm anyway, why would they want to stun it?
So they can eat it later?
So they can eat it later.
So they find it and go...
They have larders.
Tasty, but lunchtime.
Exactly. Deferred pleasure. But pop it in their larder. But they're...
Amazing!
Yeah. They need a lot of sustenance because they do a lot of work. They do extraordinary tunnelling. They can dig 150 feet of new tunnels a day. Now, given their size and weight, that is the equivalent of a human moving 4 tons, about 1,000 shovel loads, every 20 minutes.
So why didn't we get them to do the channel
Every 20 minutes.
Would have been amazing
seriously.
and cute.
Yeah, about 400 of them, cross-rail, done in a fortnight.
How much sleep does a paradoxical insomniac get?
Lots?
Well, yes, he does.
More than he thinks.
Yes.
It's like a paradoxical kleptomaniac who leaves things in shops.
What a wonderful thing to be.
He's left a DVD on the tea bags again.
Yeah, it's a very rare condition, but essentially your body sleeps very happily, and all the scientific equipment that goes onto the brain to check that you're sleeping shows that you are sleeping, but you're awake. And you remember where you are and what's going on, but you're refreshed.
Are you doing stuff like are you driving a bus?
No, no, absolutely not. No, they're definitely asleep in bed.
So are these people... Do they... sorry, I don't really understand, and I think you're lying, but anyway... are these people the sort of people... Do they say, oh, I've had a good night's sleep, or do they say, I haven't slept a wink? How do they feel? They feel refreshed.
They feel refreshed,
But how do they know they haven't slept then?
Well, because they've been awake all the time.
Stephen? They've slept, haven't
In
they?
their mind, they've been awake all the time.
Is this when you have to be awake at 10 to 5, and miraculously, you are awake at 10 to 5?
That's an alarm clock, love.
No, I have that too. I do, definitely. It's extraordinary.
So is that the same kind
Works
of...
very well. At school, if we were going on a little dawn raid or something like that, they'd say,
Sorry?
we have, well, do a raid on the kitchens and steal jelly and things, So.
I forgot you grew up in an Enid Blyton novel. To get your catapult back from the teacher.
You would do this onto the pillow. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, and you'd wake up at 4 in the morning. And it always seemed to work. Honestly, I can't remember a time when it didn't.
Bullshit.
No. Okay.
Totally agree.
It's maybe a false memory I've got, but it's a very clear
It
one.
all changes when you get an enlarged prostate.
Hit it 4 times on the pillow.
Something that Blyton didn't cover much.
Why did the inventor of the weather forecast think that dinosaurs had died out?
Maybe he loved dinosaurs, right? He loved them so much he wished he could actually let them know before the weather changed and kill them off.
Yeah.
And he started going, do you know what? I'm going to resist this happening again. I'm creating the weather forecast, just in case dinosaurs come back and they need it.
He's a man who had an extraordinary and brilliant idea, and he had an incredibly stupid idea. But the world believed his stupid idea, but laughed derisively at his good idea. His name was Fitzroy, and he invented the weather forecast and said he could forecast the weather, given, you know, enough knowledge of the variables, and people laughed him to scorn. But then he said, I know why dinosaurs died out. Because they were too big to fit onto Noah's Ark. And people say, that's a brilliant point, you're right. And that's true. He was genuinely respected for thinking that.
That arc was huge, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
that's right.
It's because Tyrannosaurus Rex's arms were so small, they couldn't get the umbrella over their head.
And this man Fitzroy
Noah would have factored that in, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Noah would have had a whole dinosaur section. It's absurd.
You seem to be buying into this whole Noah's Ark idea.
Was there weather
Dinosaurs said,
forecast?
we'll stay. I'm sure it'll be fine.
They're just really positive.
They were
They
deluded.
were very sort of
And then
optimistic.
when the flood came, they thought, oh, shit, actually, it's much worse than we thought.
I've just got the image now of a cave weatherman doing the weather.
I don't know why
on
we
a
had a cave
cave
weatherman.
And then all the dinosaurs sort of gathering round to see the pollen count.
Fitzroy, does the name mean anything to you in terms of natural history?
A bastard.
He was perhaps best known for being the guy in charge of the Beagle. He was a friend of Darwin's. And despite being a friend of Darwin's, he didn't believe anything Darwin said. In fact, was outraged by Darwin's theory of evolution because Darwin didn't take into account...
Oh, Charles, for God's sake, they just didn't have enough room on the ark.
Basically, that's what he tried...
Yada, Charles! I'm telling you, it's going to rain in the morning. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Fitzroy. You can't possibly know that. I'm telling you, it is.
Well, it was 20 years...
pair.
They were a pair. 20 years after the Beagle, he started his weather forecasting, and actually it did catch on, despite the initial scepticism. In fact, even Queen Victoria used to send word round asking what sort of crossing she'd get to the Isle of Wight. He lived in Norwood, and he would send a message saying it'll be
in
windy.
Norwood. That's funny to me.
It is, I know. Only Victorians
Maybe
lived in
Norwood was quite nice then, but Christ, it's a Kazi.
His first ever weather forecast was in the Times and was 4 words. Moderate westerly wind, fine.
I thought you were going to say bloody pissing down.
I've got some glasses of water for you. Yes, I know. Be very, very excited. Oh, there we go. Here are yours, Alan and David. Now, before you don't try them, don't... For God, whatever you do, drink any yet. Until you know what you're doing. Oh, there we are. There's A, B, and C. Can you see that?
Well, A has got something in it.
Yeah, there's some weird detritus
Yeah, that's
in it.
either some very poor washing up. That's...
Downdraft.
Well, I'll tell you what A is. A is seawater. A is seawater.
It'll kill you.
I'll tell you what B is.
Fresh water, because there's bubbles in it.
It's treated sewage.
All right, then.
Oh. That's why it's got bubbles in it.
And C is ultra pure water.
Right.
Can I have C?
Is that's your choice?
Oh.
But to be fair, we don't know whether Sue meant C as in C or C as in C.
You little devil. But yes, the point was to trap you into choosing ultra pure water. Ultra pure water is too pure.
Oh.
The kidneys have a real problem here because we rely on electrolytes to power, energise our brains and the heart and other bits of ourselves. And if your blood is drained of all the particles, because the pure water is taking them away,
through osmosis, then you will die if you have too much.
I'm going to revise.
Would that amount of pure water
No,
kill?
no, that's fine.
So what is the best out of those three?
Well, what about seawater?
The seawater's got a lot of salt in it.
Yeah, the kidneys try and get the salt out, and in order to get the salt out, they have to use water. So you actually, the effect of drinking seawater is to dehydrate.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're left with treated sewage.
Well, it's been treated, I suppose.
It has been treated, yeah.
But someone told me that water that you drink from a tap in London has been through 9 people before it reaches a glass. Is that true?
No, it's not yet. No, it's not yet true at all. This is a sort of urban myth, really, that we all like to think.
Been through
we're
cows
drinking
and sheep as well.
Yeah,
I'd like to know which 9 people they were.
I know, that is also very important to know.
Yeah.
In Windhoek, which is the capital of Namibia. Yeah, exactly. And there they have slightly salty water because it's 25% of it is treated sewage, only 25%. But it's perfectly okay. But there's no excuse not to do what this is, I believe, which is probably either Orange County or LA, which is that they use treated sewage for golf courses and for irrigation and things like that. Treated sewage is gaining popularity around the world, so that seems a helpful thing. But you ought to try, well, which one did you try? No, I won't make you try the sewage. Try the ultra pure, because it's not going to kill you one sip. Just see if it is actually noticeably pure.
Can you get messed up?
Oh, my goodness!
I'm messed up on this.
I would say it does taste like water, but a little bit more boring. Maybe I'm just imposing that.
Yeah, no, you might be, but
That chlorine high note, has it?
You know, I don't expect a party in my mouth with water.
So, good. Drinking pure water can kill you. You're much better off draining a glass of processed sewage. Good health to you all. How many uses can you think of for a monk's earwax?
Oh, it's endless. Candles.
Yeah, candles and
Polishing
beer.
wood.
That sounds like a euphemism.
But,
And I meant
Not
it.
much else to do in a monastery, is there?
What are monks
Polishing their own
handed
wood.
down to us, mostly?
Bibles.
Bibles are manuscripts, illustrated.
In their lifetime, writing, copying them out, doing lines, basically.
Yes. There we are. There's a picture of a happy monk doing his illuminations. And that side of it, the painty side of it, is they used a substance called glaire, G-L-A-I-R. And it tends to get bubbled. But they found if they added earwax into it, they could get a really smooth, beautiful lustre and sheen to the illustrations that they were doing, which have lasted us down the centuries.
How do you think of that, though, to go, there it is.
The
Bloody
thing you
hell,
might
paint
try
it
at
down.
home is that you could take a pint of foaming beer and then pop a little earwax into the head of your foaming tankard, and the bubbles should collapse.
If you're watching TV, don't listen to this man.
I think you're right.
It would be better if it was the other way round. That you had a sort of flat liquid and then you put a bit of earwax in and it went fizzy.
Oh, yeah. OK. Chuck some sodium in your beer.
Yeah.
That should work.
Which orifice does sodium come out of?
They left other little things for us, little maniculi, little hands that pointed to certain sections of the text in the Bible, which you can see one on the left
Well, if
there.
you've read the name of the rose, they left clues everywhere about all sorts.
Yeah, and octopuses as well. You can see an octopus at the top there. They, for some reason, liked octopuses.
Is that a person with a huge sort of trumpet up his bottom?
It's something odd, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what they're doing there. They're praising the Lord. And above that often have knights fighting snail.
It's so boring in those monasteries.
Exactly.
The old fart trumpet was the favourite thing to do. I was going to say on a Sunday, but perhaps not.
No. Well, they used to leave...
Do that!
They used to leave little remarks like, oh, God, it's cold in here, or I'm so bored. And just like anybody would.
School kids on the desk.
Exactly like that.
So why are they fighting snails?
No one's quite sure, but it's a common feature, knights versus snails. They seem to like it. Some people may think it was a symbol of the struggle of the poor against the aristocracy.
I think people shouldn't watch this show anymore.
Do you think they had loads of snails, sort of in these cold, damp monasteries, and there were snails everywhere, and they were hoping a gallant knight would come and help them deal with the snail infestation problem?
Do animals count?
Do you mean in life, in a sort of sociological?
They count very much in that sense.
But do they count in the sense of actually...
Well, from what I know, there are some animals that can count.
Well,
yes,
they
you're right.
all lined up for Noah. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and that's a fact story.
That's a fact
true
story,
fact story.
so...
Do you have thoughts on the side of the room?
Well, I can imagine a monkey can count.
Surely. There must be a rhesus monkey with an accountancy degree. There must
But
be.
you're spot on. Not only monkeys, but monkeys certainly are.
Apparently, chicks, when they hatch, can show some propensity towards being able to
1,
count.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Because you can see their
chicks.
heads counting, can't you? They're like 1, 2.
Well, let me give you a list of some of the animals that have been spotted counting. Pigeons, parrots, raccoons, ferrets, rats, salamanders, honeybees, monkeys and apes have all been seen to count, add and subtract. Rhesus monkeys, funny you should mention them, at Columbia University have shown they can arrange groups of up to 9 objects. In
It's
correct
always
numerical
rhesus monkeys.
sequence.
Do you not feel sorry for them? They're always saying, oh, let's teach them to speak French. Or, I mean,
Yeah, you're right. Crows and parrots can count up to 5 or 6. Cormorants can count up to 7. Now, how do you know that?
They take 7 fish back to the nest.
Not quite that.
Something like that.
Actually, Chinese fishermen have trained them to catch fish for them. And what they do is they put a ring around their throat so that they can't swallow fish themselves. So they catch the fish, but dump them on the deck of the boat. And how they've trained them is that once they get past 7, on the 8th, they get rid of the ring and the cormorant can catch its own.
I love that when they make up their own mind. There used to be a bear at Regent's Park Zoo in the 1920s that was fed biscuits by the general public, and on Mondays it was half price, and so they got a lot more biscuits, and so on Tuesdays the bear used to take the day off.
Yes, that's it. He counted days, or she counted days. Sign calendar. It's
I
brilliant.
suppose it's when in need, like, you wouldn't be needing to count up stuff if you're a bear, like, you're not...
But sometimes you'll see, maybe they need to count how many kids they
Yes,
have,
Yeah.
and they can tell if one of them's gone missing.
Although ducks are rubbish at that, they are. I lived on a houseboat for many, many years, and we were forever trying to get baby ducks to join back up with mother, who'd just gone off. She was off down to Battersea.
Sandy, what are your stories of what you do for entertainment? Like, we used to try and convince ducks to hang out with each other. I mean...
I suffer from a fatal condition, Aisling, which is posh voice, no money.
The question about migration, I'm going to ask you all to take out a map that you should find beneath your desks.
Oh, yeah.
There you are. And you've got some drawing to do on the map. I want you to draw the extraordinary annual migration of the North American blue grouse as accurately as you can.
Right. So North America. OK, so anywhere then, not Alaska then. Is it Alaska? Alaska?
The point is that I don't tell you.
Oh.
Until...
I've got a feeling that they want to get to another bit of North America, but they go the wrong way. And they end up going all the way around the world and landing on the other coast.
OK, there you go. Florida for the sun, and then to the carnival in Rio, and then to Sydney.
By way of Cape Town, is it?
Yes.
So they go to all the Mardi Gras.
Well, they go all the Mardi Gras.
Love it.
They're just mad for it. And then up here, there's like a cheese rolling in Britain, they like that. and then they're just knackered, and the ones that are still alive, back home.
It's a fantastic route.
I just think that sort of they go, just have a sort of a trip round South America, just have a look.
Yeah.
You know, might as well make a day of it.
I reckon they go about a mile to the next village.
Yeah.
Well, I think what happens is they sort of start off and they sort of overshoot and they end up going completely... not hitting any land mass at all. And they go, hang on, we'll give it one more go. And they end up in Colchester. They've got no idea. For millennia, they've ended up in Colchester.
And yours, show the ladies and gentlemen.
You see, they're just that...
Oh, dear. Well, wouldn't it be funny if you were
You're
right?
trying not to smile.
No,
You're trying not to.
I don't want to look at it.
You like it.
Don't like it. I don't like it. Do I like these? Do I like these? I don't like these.
It's funny.
I don't like it.
OK.
I don't like it.
Stop that. OK. Incredibly, closest to the truth was Alan. in your drawing, but
My
in a
first
remark...
idea that they leave America, go around the world and land in America again.
No, in the remark you just made to Bill. What? I reckon they just...
Go about a mile to the next village.
Yes! It's even less than that. It's extraordinary migration. It's 300 yards.
I never thought of them packing their cases.
But it's
leaving a note for the milkman. Unplug the telly.
Every spring it goes down to its breeding grounds, and then in the autumn it schleps all the way back up the hill again. And that's it's.
Does it take a long time?
On foot, by the way, not even flying it.
I mean, they are massive, aren't they, based on those footprints?
Enormous. What mania was started by a few myopic Merseysiders?
Weirdly, no, but...
Yeah?
No, keep going. Does this buzzer stop Jimmy speaking? Try again.
I was just going to say to Bill... There's some support for it. I find the buzzers really disconcerting. It does feel like someone's about to get murdered in the film.
I know what you mean. There's childish ghost cries.
Nice. It's usually the Beatles, isn't it?
Yeah, it's usually the Beatles.
Usually the Beatles.
The Beatles is what you're saying. They're the
usually
Beatles.
the Beatles.
He's saying the Beatles. Oh, they're all asleep. Very good. No is the answer. It was a mania, but not Beatlemania on Merseyside.
Myopic
something with
Myopic's short-sighted, is it?
Yes, myopic short-sighted.
Partially sighted.
So what M could help you with partial sightedness?
My glasses.
Yes. Or any particular type of ophthalmic instrument that would help that began with
Monocle.
M? Monocle is the right answer. There we very good. It's a crazy square.
I only knew that because there happens to be a monocle next to me.
It's a bit of a giveaway. There you are. Pop them in. It was a fashion thing that seemed to sweep Liverpool.
I can imagine it taking off again, to be honest.
Yeah, you do look great.
Very good.
John Jimmy!
Oh, my goodness.
My old pal!
What are you laughing at?
Jimmy, you have never looked more like a ventriloquist doll.
I now feel slightly haunted. Wow, thank you for putting your hand there, by the way. Really special.
They weren't fit because monocles had to be made to fit, which is why they were expensive. And because they were expensive, they were associated with the upper classes. And even when you wear them, it's very hard not to look rather kind of like that, isn't it?
At what point in history did someone just go make that mental leap between I've got it here and I've got like a little bridge here?
It'll never take
maybe
off.
just
Well,
put another one.
it's funny you should say that. Which came first, the monocle or the spectacles?
I'm going to say the spectacle.
Yes, the
I'm gonna
spectacles
put
by
the-
hundreds of years. When do you think
What?
the
And so
monocle
these are-
came in?
1974.
No. They came in the 1800s, and they were instantly a success, but they were expensive, and we associate them with, I suppose...
Oh, there I am.
There you are, yeah.
I had all three of them.
They knocked that up pretty quickly.
Yeah. But something gave them a rather bad image in the 20th century.
Californian
Nazis.
vegetables.
Nazis and in fact...
Californian vegetables. My Californian vegetables. By Jove, they're awfully good.
So, yeah, they were
Look
associated
instantly
with
posher.
aristocrats, German soldiers, and generals. Ludendorff wore one, Krebs, various of those figures there.
No.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were, that was...
Advanced?
They really did never stop trying to look
squinting.
more evil, did they? What can we add to this? I've got the, the skull and crossbones. I've got the weird
Yeah.
look. I've got
They've
the
got-
steely eyes.
they're a
I
very
know.
good
I'll put
fit.
one spectacle lens over here.
What about a monocle? That would make us more evil.
Who likes to feast on a breakfast menu of horse manure, rancid pickled mudfish, Thai boy shrimp, and big cock shrimp paste?
This is the Vietnamese. This is items... I got sent some big cock paste.
An Amazon order went terribly wrong in your house.
It exists, big cock shrimp paste and Thai boy shrimp paste.
Yeah.
They both exist. Yeah.
I'm married to a Norwegian, and they eat a dish all over Norway called lutefisk, which is a jellified fish, and it's cod really, but they bury it, I think, then dry it out, and then they serve this for me, my in-laws.
Those bastards.
And
They saw you coming, mate. They saw you coming.
My mother-in-law made me a fish pie. It was delicious.
So I ate this thing, and I did what we always do when you don't really like something, is you're around someone's house or...
Oh,
God!
What is this?
So I just ate it really quickly, by which point, obviously, my mother-in-law then just went, well, this is fantastic, you must have some more. And
that's the trouble.
And I finished, and I thought, I've got to be honest with them. And I said at the end, I said, look, I'm really sorry, but I've got to be honest, I really don't like it. And they went, oh, God, we hate it. We're only serving it because you're... It's just... That's Norwegian... That's Norwegian table.
That's brilliant. Well, it may be the case that that's what this particular feaster on these foods also thinks, but it seems unlikely because it's not human.
I was going to say, is it an animal?
It is a living creature. A very beautiful creature.
Flamingo.
Not a flamingo. It's one you can find in Britain. In fact, it's in Britain that it's offered this food regularly, once a year, as a sort of tribute to its beauty. And it...
It's Prince Philip.
Well...
Has it got 4 legs?
6. 6 legs.
Is it an ant?
It's not an ant, but it is definitely an insect.
Is it a bee?
No, but it's a flying insect.
Is it a fly?
Has the word fly in its family name.
A butterfly.
Butterfly. It's a type of... A species of butterfly.
Butterfly-like
There it is.
paste.
Very beautiful butterfly. It's a purple emperor.
Oh, wow.
The cock-hungry purple emperor.
Yes.
Settled on my belly. At 4 o'clock in the morning, would you?
Oh, dear.
I was out in the garden the other day and I was admiring a cock-hungry purple emperor on my red hot poker.
It's no.
There was paste everywhere. The poor bugger couldn't take off.
Now, calm down. Anyway, they live in the trees high up. And you say, well, how do they know that they have a taste for all this? Well, they've been observed in midsummer coming down from their usual feeding areas high in the trees and going for cowpats, that sort of thing, and other really rotting and horrible things. And so, because they're so admired, particularly in Northamptonshire, where this takes place, a little picnic is spread out for them in midsummer, including rancid pickled mudfish, foxcat, stinking big cock shrimp paste, and Thai boy shrimp paste. And they seem to like this, possibly because of its sodium content. No one's quite sure, but it's a kind of weird thing. If you find yourself in midsummer in Northamptonshire, follow the smell. Must be wonderful, all lots of those beautiful animals.
In a forest, they lay this out, did you say?
In a clearing.
In a clearing. Because you could get into real trouble if you go looking for a dodgy smell in a forest. If you go looking for the smell of sodium and shrimp paste, you might walk into something other than a butterfly celebration. I'm just saying.
Especially in Northamptonshire. Which of these was originally used for military purposes?
The bumper car.
Not the bumper car, in fact.
The Ferris wheel.
Not the Ferris wheel.
The merry-go-round.
That thing that goes round
No,
for
the other one.
seasickness.
Well, there we are. That's one. We've all gone for something different.
That's rather pleasing. And the only one that's correct is the merry-go-round, which was originally used for that purpose of war training. You'd sit on the horse, and a servant would have a ring, and you'd have a lance, and you'd go round and round, and you'd try and get your lance through the ring to practice your accuracy.
I mean, surely bullshit. No? That's what a merry-go-round was invented
A carousel. It was called a carosello, and that was
So they're originally like, sort of like a tennis ball machine.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Call of Duty's better, isn't it, really?
But while we're on the subject of fairgrounds, there'd been a particular problem in the Boer War where they'd noticed that the British were not very good at aiming and firing rifles. So they passed special laws.
One of the basics, really, isn't it?
Yeah. They passed special laws that allowed fairgrounds to have rifle ranges so you could fire rifles, live ammunition.
Sorry, there's live ammunition in the fairground?
Yes. Have you never gone to one of those?
I've gone to one of those, but it's always like a little...
It's a pellet?
Yeah, a pellet.
I mean, mostly you get the pellets, but what is allowed in law, even to this day, is live, actual ammunition, proper ammunition.
In a fairground?
Yeah.
Really? Gosh.
Wow.
Well, really?
Yeah, really.
What, a 7.62 millimetre...
Up to .23.
It is frowned upon if you bring your own gun.
I was going to say...
I want to make it absolutely clear for Jeremy.
I'd get all those balloons.
But 2-2 would work, so you could have
It
that.
would be quite good to turn up at a fairground with an AK-47 and go, he'll be taking that bear home. Someone needs a cuddle.
Have you ever fired an AK-47?
Not in anger, Jeremy.
No, somebody pushes onto automatic and quite literally stood me in front of a barn door and I missed it.
Is that... It
and we all would. It
Of
just
course,
rides
there's a
around
recoil.
like a mad
Of course, the
thing.
man that did that isn't here to tell the story. Very unfortunate incident.
Never breaks down and it never hits anything.
And what, it just flies?
It just does that and then rushes about in your hands. Terribly dangerous
Well, that explains all of the series of the A-Team. So it is actually realistic, the idea that, you know, no one got shot ever.
Nobody could possibly get shot with an AK. Not unless they weren't aiming at them. If I aimed at you, most of the audience would be history.
Well, that's you, not everybody. I mean, if they knew how to handle it.
No, it's pretty much everybody. Unless you're a burly Russian shot put enthusiast, then you could probably hold on to it, but I couldn't.
I fired a machine gun in Vietnam.
Really? Did you?
Did you hit anything?
I hit the end of the field.
A field's
But they
reasonable.
got all these old weapons from the American War, and you go up and you buy bullets. How many bullets do you want?
Oh, my
I think
goodness.
I bought 10 bullets. And they put it in, and then you squeeze the trigger, they're gone. You think, I wish I had more.
That's the evil of guns, isn't it? It does something.
Sheila, you're a Quaker pacifist. Have you got any good gun stories?
Oh, dear.
It'd be so good, though, if you went, yeah. Has anyone ever had a go on a bazooka?
That was what we
go
were
on
told,
one.
that you could bazooka cows and things, but I didn't get the chance to do that.
You're a vegetarian!
We had a...
You see, this is what guns do, isn't it?
Vegetarian of the year.
The other thing that I learned about was that they used cattle. I know that was a stand-up routine I did. That's not true.
Counting worms to monkeys that count. What job can even a monkey do? Yes, Joe.
Is it quantity surveying?
Apologies to all quantity surveyors watching.
That is my brother.
Your brother.
Oh, is he?
He is a quantity surveyor.
Does he survey
yes.
quantities all day?
Yeah, sadly for
Do you
him.
get tired of surveying quantities? I mean, how many quantities can you survey in one day?
He can survey 47 quantities.
47
a day.
quantities? That's a lot of quantities. Wow. Well, no, I don't think monkeys can survey quantities.
They can count.
Yes.
The person who counts how many people are on the plane before you take off, that could be a monkey.
That would instill us all with confidence.
Just before take-off, a small primate comes down the aisle with a clicker. And he also does the duty freeze, because no one ever buys it.
In Thailand, there is a school.
A monkey school?
Yep. They have between 3 and 6 months of training, the pig-tailed macaques. And they end up working on a plantation where they can pick between 800 and 1,000 watts a day.
Bananas.
Not bananas, because they'd eat those, wouldn't they?
They would.
Coconut.
Coconuts!
Between 800 and 1,000 coconuts a day they can pick. There they are. But it's very useful. It's a lot more than a human could, probably.
But do they count them as well?
Well, those don't count, no.
Clicker in one hand.
In the US, they use capuchin monkeys for a charity called Helping Hands, which assists people with disabilities, and they help with feeding, retrieving dropped items, changing compact discs, turning lights on and off.
Wow.
And in Tokyo, there's a tavern where a traditional sake house, where macaques are employed to bring customers hot towels.
I don't want a hot towel off that fella.
No.
That is horrible. Imagine that at the end of your bed at night.
Yeah.
Hot towel, sir. Oh, fuck off.
Thank you for watching. Do remember to subscribe to the QI channel and click here to watch more videos. Well, please, come on, pick something.
Now, which of your organs most resembles an elephant's trunk?
God. Who wants it? Alan?
No.
Who wants it?
Go on, you go on.
I'm just trying to think of the most humorous way to phrase it.
Yeah, well, no, it's not. It's not penis. It isn't penis.
Isn't it? No.
Well,
Can your penis do that?
an elephant's... There may be... It's a dangling, pendulous appendage, your penis, and so is a trunk, but really, truly resembling in structure.
That's not one there, is it?
It's swinging.
He's got tusks down there.
There's a lot going on.
The elephant can...
It has a...
Good God.
It does.
Yes. All right.
It has a...
Very amusing. There's an animal that has organs of generation. Let's laugh at that for a long time.
Yeah, but it's quite funny.
What is it about the trunk? We have an organ that is like the trunk.
The prehensility, is that a
It
word?
does. African elephants have almost like lips which can pick up a blade of grass, prehensile kind of little bits there. But that's the actual tongue itself is interesting. It's a muscle.
Hang on. So the...
I mean, what about
the trunk? Have you given me
the trunk
the tongue.
The trunk, and our tongue is the same.
So
our tongue is also a muscle. It's a muscular hydrostat. The reason the trunk can take on any shape is because it's all muscle, and mostly, therefore, water, which you wouldn't think of a muscle, but it's true. And water can't be compressed, of course. Liquids cannot be compressed.
It can. I've had a Capri Sun, and they've got that packet. And
How would this bird make an offer you couldn't refuse?
Oh, yeah, that bird. He does your tax returns.
It's called a brown-headed cowbird, rather
Right.
unimaginatively. It's got a brown head, and it's on a cow.
I just don't want to know how it got the brown head. I don't want to think about how it got the brown head. That's as far as I can go. Now flap your wings. I can't.
You haven't seen the cow's legs, they're blue.
And we have to forget the cow in this instance, other than the fact that it's in its name. It is a parasitic bird, in a sense, a brood parasite. Do you know what a brood parasite might be? What's a brood?
A family of parasites.
If you're broody...
You want to have more parasites.
You want to have... The type of parasite it is a brood parasite. That's to say, it's parasitic in the way that it occupies a host's birthing place.
Womb.
Yes.
Not womb in this case, because they don't have wombs exactly, do they, birds? They
Oh, I thought it was in the
eggs.
cow. I thought it was
Oh,
like...
no, it's the bird. It's the bird that's the parasite.
Oh, okay.
It's a brood parasite. It lays its eggs in someone else's
I'd love if it was the
nest.
cow that was the parasite.
Living off the bird.
That would be such a flaw for a parasite to have to wait for the bird to land on you.
Running around getting underneath birds.
Painted a H on your own back.
Just put a nest on your back. The vacant sign.
Yeah, it's a brood parasite. It lays its egg like that, as does, more famously, our... Cuckoo, yes. Cuckoo's the great British brood
Where does
parasite.
that nest wasn't on the back of that cow, was it?
No, I did say forget the cow, but I knew that was not going to be a helpful
I couldn't forget the cow, Stephen.
Yeah, well, it's a question of why the birds put up with it. Why does the one that lays the blue eggs in this instance allow that to happen? Why didn't it just get rid of the egg? The answer is it does once. If it tries it, the bird that's laid that egg will come back and absolutely destroy the nest and everything in it.
Wow. And the mother bird learns this, and next time laboriously builds a new nest, laboriously lays her own eggs. Next time a brown-headed cowbird comes along to lay the egg, they go, yep, you can have it, honestly, I'll look after it, it's no problem. It's basically a protection racket. They're gangster birds, hence the phrase, make you an offer you can't refuse. But it works.
So which one was it? The one with the blue eggs or the other one?
The blue eggs is like the nice guy who runs the Italian delicatessen
Exactly,
for his
that's
family
it.
all these years, and then the other egg is the guy who comes round going, "You're going to look after my egg, otherwise I'm going to."
Or you'll find a job for my boy. You'll find them a job.
You see this egg? You know what I'm going to do to this egg? If you don't look after the other egg, and then he throws it out.
Eventually, because it's evolution, they'll start spraying their own blue egg that brown colour. Hey, someone's already done me, leave it.
You're right, that's quite likely.
Why haven't they evolved just to lay enough eggs so there's no gap?
In America, they used surplus parachutes to help repopulate beavers into the wild. The idea was they'd shove them in a box. They first thought, we'll shove them in a box and they'll fall, and then they'll gnaw their way out of the box. Then
This
they
doesn't
worried.
sound like sexy times to me.
Then they worried that they'd eat through the box while they were still in the air.
Chuck them out of a plane?
Yeah.
To repopulate...
Huge areas of wilderness. It's incredibly hard to get them out. Give them their own territory.
Couldn't he have driven them there, Stephen? He could have driven them there.
No, wilderness. Huge areas of wilderness. They're bigger than countries. They're bigger than England, these
What,
parks.
beavers?
No, the parks.
There we some massive beavers.
The parks in which you wish to drop them.
OK.
And you want to sort of get them disposed evenly
Why have they
around.
been dying out?
Oh,
People have been
gosh.
throwing them out of planes.
Yeah. You fall out, you can gnaw your way out of your crate. You go, oh, thanks a lot.
Well, this is the bit that... No.
Well, all the way back to Ottawa.
Until another beaver lands on your head at high velocity.
The rest of the wildlife, the moose around there. What is going on?
It's raining beaver.
Oh my God, it's actually happening.
It's raining beavers.
Part of the moose religious texts is that's a sign of the rapture is when the beavers start.
Well, they had tried moving them into the new territories for them by mule, and they just simply got too hot, and they really didn't like it at all.
They put a beaver on horseback, essentially.
Yeah. Well, they've got to transport it somehow. How would you transport it?
I don't understand why the beavers... I don't understand any of this.
We can't... OK, there's no way we can drop them into a park other than from the sky.
Or by mule, which you found also incomprehensible.
Is there a man with, or a lady with a beaver on horseback, or is it just a beaver on horseback?
Of course there's a person.
I'm confused.
So is it one beaver per mule? Because then we're repopulating the place with mules as far as
The beavers didn't want to stay.
The mules have forced the beavers further along.
They rely on the mule to find its...
More complicated than you think, this beaver transportation.
Yeah, it is. Well, that was harder work than I expected. Finally, a question about macropods. How many legs does a kangaroo have?
Oh, don't say any numbers.
No.
Don't say any numbers. Come on. You know my favourite bit in Toy Story?
Go on.
It's the dinosaur's got little arms, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to see something terrible's happening. And he goes, somebody cover my eyes!
In two. Have it two.
It won't be that. It won't be 0 or 4 either.
How many legs?
How many legs has it got?
2.5.
Well, you won't like this answer, but Simon Fraser University in Burnaby, Canada, corralled red kangaroos through a chamber which measured the downward forces. They discovered that kangaroos put their front legs on the ground and moved their back legs forwards, and at the same time they pushed their tail onto the floor and used it to propel themselves forward. The team found that the amount of force from the tail was as great as that from the other 4 limbs combined.
So it's fine.
Making it effectively a 5th leg. So not just a 5th leg, but the most important of the 5. Yeah, that's right.
There's a tail, though, isn't it? But it's not.
Well, it is a tail, but there's a kind of limb, isn't it?
Well, a limb. If you said limbs.
Yes, sir.
5.
for rank standing impertinence. The point is, you could cut off, not you should, obviously, a kangaroo's forearms or arms or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And it could get around perfectly happily, and you could cut off one of its rear legs, and even it could still hop and get around. But if you cut off its tail, it couldn't.
You'd be a sadistic bastard.
Which scientist conducted that experiment?
Kangaroos have almost 5 legs above average. These were an ancient Mexican use to teach children manners. You've got chocolate, chili.
Monkey with a baseball bat seems pretty effective.
Definitely would.
We're not going to say please, we're going to get the monkey with the bat.
I personally would use a cactus.
What would you do with it?
Throw the child at it.
Then you are pretty much on a par with those ancient Mexicans.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. The Aztec, or the Mexica. The Mexica, as they were called.
Yes.
From which we get our word Mexico, did have a firm but fair way of treating their children.
That means very cruel.
Yeah. The Codex Mendoza was written by someone observing the practices of the Aztecs. And this is what he found. Basically, they were taught to be humble, hard-working, and polite. Just like British... Oh, no, what am I talking about? So this is how it went. It begins with an 8-year-old boy being threatened with the spines of a cactus.
Wow.
The following year, he's stripped, bound, and pierced in his neck, side, and thigh. Next year, he's bound and beaten with a pine stick. The year after that, age 11, his father holds his son, bound and weeping, over a fire of burning chilies, as you can see. Top right there.
All practices carried on in English boarding schools.
Yeah. Finally, a stroppy 12-year-old is bound and dumped in a damp vegetable patch for a day to reflect on his conduct. By the time he's 13, he's dutifully gathering reeds, as you can see.
Yeah, bearing a terrible grudge.
Which he will take out on his child.
Yes.
That's
So it's a sort of, yes, it's a meme of cruelty.
It is, yeah. But the Huichol Mexicans, and you'll like this, I think, Joe, they had an interesting practice, which is when a woman was pregnant, she would lie, and in the room above, her husband would lie, and he would have strings attached to his testicles, which would drop down into the room below where his wife was pregnant.
I'm loving this so far.
She would hold the strings, and when she had a contraction, she would pull, so that he was forced to share her pain.
Of course, he cunningly slipped the string off, tied it onto the boards of the bed, and went to the pub.
Time with the dog.
Or his 12-year-old son.
It's possible. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, carry on.
No, I was going to say a very embarrassing story about testicles, but you carry on.
Oh, I want your testicle story.
All right, then. Well, we had this dog, and it got into the bed, and it started to lick the wrong set of testicles. That's all I'm saying.
Surely everybody wins.
Everyone's a winner.
Not everyone's in,
No.
I haven't been back.
What would you find in a medieval manhole?
Do they keep their favourite things in it? Do they bury them in case of marauding pillagers?
We're actually in the Germanic regions here. Obviously, there was no Germany in the medieval times, but...
Access to drains.
No, it's a legal issue. It's a rather bizarre one. If a man wanted to take another man to court, in Germany and in England, they used trial by battle. In England, if a man wanted to take a woman to court, he couldn't use trial by battle. But in Germany, you could, but you had to dig a hole and be inside a hole and tie one arm behind your back. And then you could fight.
Yeah. I feel like on this panel show, I should be stood up like this, and all of you should be down there like slashing around with jokes.
The man would be given 3 clubs with which he could, try and hit the woman, and the woman would have rocks and a slingshot.
Did this actually happen? Or...
Yes. Oh,
really?
gosh, yes.
That should be surely the other way on. He should have the slingshot on the rocks if he's just stuck in a hole.
Yeah, I know. It's strange.
She can stand back quite a way and just fire at him.
Stones.
Imagine then, I suppose you can get right down in your hole.
Yeah, and just go around like that with your club.
If the man touched the side of his hole... You know what I mean? If he touched the side of the hole, he forfeited one of his clubs.
Right.
Then he only had 2 clubs left. But
It's important to remember whoever lost the battle would be put to death. So this is quite a serious
But they've already
thing.
sort of dug the grave, so it's all right. It's not as bad. Pop them in then, fill it in, we're done. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I love about the show, that sometimes we can all just go,
That's quite interesting, yeah.
Swear like a prepubescent supercomputer.
Bum, wee,
wee,
poo.
Pretty close.
They're the main ones.
The big three?
It's a supercomputer. We've called it prepubescent because it's about 11 years old now. And...
It swears?
Well, it's called Watson, and it is one of the smartest supercomputers around. It was first trained to win at the American quiz game Jeopardy, that you may have seen if you've ever been in the United States. It's on every single day.
They give you an answer and you have to say the
Exactly.
question, don't you? Yeah.
So this actor played Jonathan Creek. The answer is, on Jeopardy, who is Alan Davies?
Yeah.
It's been going for 40 years or something on
Does
TV.
the supercomputer do proper swearing or swearing like Mother Funster?
Melon farmer.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what they did was they fed it an online dictionary, and I think you can guess which one it was if it was swearing.
Urban Dictionary.
Urban Dictionary, yes, which is a rather naughty dictionary.
It is.
It has bad M words.
I don't know what... what's motorboat? Am I the...
Oh, okay.
Whoa!
We're not going to do it. It's where you put your head in between there and then do that.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's rather sweet, that, isn't it?
Rather sweet?
Nicer than Mingo or muffin top. Milkshake.
Where's your man cave? Oh, no. Have I got a man? No. No.
Is it like a den where you...
Oh!
I don't know.
That sounded like you'd suddenly got a catchphrase. Where's your man cave?
Sarah, where's your man cave?
Where's your man cave?
You definitely... Sarah, you definitely have one man cave. The question is, do you have two?
Ah, yes.
No. Is that answer?
I don't know. I'm still recovering from motorboat.
So, that's Urban Dictionary, and it was popped into Watson, this IBM computer, and unfortunately, he learnt too much from it. And so when they were testing it, before it went on Jeopardy, it was just saying bullshit to every question. Like a stroppy prepubescent, basically.
The question he asked was never, where's your man cave?
No, it never was. We just gave you some M's, just because it's the M series. But there are plenty of others.
Are they all like new words, those? Because milkshake's been around for a long time, but has it got a new meaning that I need to learn?
Yeah.
You're young.
Well,
What is it?
Khalees sung My Milkshake Brings All the Boys to the Yard, didn't
Yes,
she?
because she had like a van that sold milkshakes.
If that's what you want to think she meant, that's what she meant.
My dormitory at school had a milkshake club, but we won't go into that. What is the largest single man-made structure on the planet?
Oh.
I'm not falling for that one.
No way. No way.
Is it going to be a 50-mile-long tunnel or a bridge or something like that?
What we've got out of the way, because it's hanging here like
Yeah.
a worry, is it's not the Great Wall of China.
Oh, OK.
Yeah.
Try a continent where it might be.
Europe.
OK.
Europe is not where it is.
Asia.
Australia.
Nor Asia, nor Australia.
North America.
Nor North America.
South
America.
Nor South America.
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
Nor Antarctica.
Arctic.
Russia.
Africa.
Africa! Thank you.
I really hope Ban Ki-moon isn't watching this one.
No, it's
So is it an Egyptian? Is it North?
It's Nigeria, in fact.
Oh.
It's great earthworks of Benin.
The great earthworks of Benin.
Yeah. Sometimes called the walls of Benin.
The walls, of course, Benin.
Defensive
The
earthworks.
earthen walls of Benin in...
Dug by the Edo people. 10,000 miles in length.
Of it.
10,000 miles.
By the Edo.
10,000 miles in length.
How could I forget?
I know. 4 times longer than the Great Wall of China.
Okay.
Puny little wall.
Consumed 100 times more material than the Great Pyramid of Cheops. Took 700 years and an estimated 150 million hours of digging. Severely damaged by the British.
when we sacked and burned Benin in 1897.
Aren't the British? Yes, well, they just wouldn't do as they were told. There's only so much gentle persuasion we've got time for. Sack and burn them, fuck the earthworks.
More or less exactly what happened.
Yeah. And then we twisted the knife by not remembering Africa existed.
What did they build it for?
Defensive.
Keep out the British, I imagine.
Didn't work very well,
Come the white folks.
Dink! Because you could argue that the Eurasian road network is a bigger thing because it covers Portugal all the way to Siberia.
You can drive across
so
the
It's
whole
all
lot.
connected by road.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
So who do we take this up with? The Guinness Book of Records? Or do we go to Nigeria?
And it was-
Okay, I think you found we've got something bigger, actually.
Yeah.
Further twist the knife again.
Show me the symptoms of bicycle face.
Bicycle face?
Mm-hmm. That's with goggles.
No, these are wheels.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Of course they're wheels.
What is bicycle face when you get sucked off by your grifter?
Wow. Wow.
I better go.
Yes. No, that's the right answer. That's what I got written on the card. That's amazing. On my card in this universe, on the other hand, the Literary Digest in 1895 warned women cyclists. No, I'm looking at you. You
I'm
are
a woman. I'm a
That's
woman,
right.
that's okay.
That
You can
over
identify me as a woman.
It's going to get worse, I'm afraid.
Okay.
This thing is overexertion, the upright position on the wheel, and the unconscious effort to maintain one's balance produces a wearied and exhausted bicycle face.
And no one will marry you.
Yes. The main symptoms are a hard, clenched jaw and bulging eyes.
Wasn't sure what you were going to stop at.
Quite. As well as being flushed or pale. Either of those. Yeah, and wearing a haggard, anxious expression.
That's just the fear of patriarchy.
Yeah. Well, there was a
always
worry.
pressure.
Some doctors said that cycling would irritate the pelvic organs and stimulate women to disturbing lusts.
If you can't get it at home, you get it on a bike, right, mate?
Yeah.
Get your stimulated pelvic organs.
Well, there's a downside, according to a French expert, who said it would ruin the female organs of matrimonial necessity. Now, Carrie, tell me, your organs of matrimonial necessity.
Excuse me? What are you asking me?
I'm just hoping that they haven't been ruined by bicycling.
female organs of natural necessity.
You know what? It's funny because the clitoris, if you go there.
She said it! She said it! She said it!
I've drawn a rainbow, everyone. It's all right.
Where's Sue Perkins when you need her?
The clitoris is actually a very large organ.
Carry out.
And it's just literally the tip of an iceberg.
When you say literally the tip of an iceberg...
Yeah.
I knew I was looking for it in the wrong place.
Yeah. There was an artist in New York.
Yeah, an artist in New York.
Artist in New York, and she made like this. Obviously not to scale clitoris, and she got women to ride on it. But it literally, it's huge. It's like there's this bit, and then there's these two other huge bits that are in the body. So it's just...
Who's looking behind you?
Yeah. Just here.
Wow.
It's
But you have
way
two,
bigger.
don't you? Well, it's one under each arm. Have I got this wrong? Alan, help me out.
It's okay, I didn't bring mine with me today. So to say it damages the marital organs is, again,
So how much more of it is there, then?
Oh my God, guys, do we have to, like, is this the bit where I tell you about explaining it to you? A woman at some point in your life should have explained this to you, but perhaps... I've never seen such fear in all your faces.
Do you think people will believe it if I say that my penis is only the tip of the iceberg and there's it's a lot more under the surface, you haven't seen.
Monkeys spend their money on.
It depends on the monkey, doesn't it? Your macaque will spend it on cigarettes and drink. Your mandrill, DIY.
Mandrill. Obviously.
Surely the macaque would spend it on lavatory paper.
Oh, are we going that way, are we?
Food. I bet is this going to be some sort of experiment where they got rewarded with something and they had to take it somewhere to get something else?
Well,
that sort of an
they actually were
monkey
taught,
thing.
They were taught the principles of money, monetary exchange. They were given silver discs. And taught that they could exchange them for food. These are capuchins, so-called because of their colours, the creamy top.
Really do look at a camera lens, don't they, monkeys?
Yeah, those do.
Loads of monkeys all staring at a camera lens.
Yeah.
If you noticed there's one of them who's not looking at the camera lens.
Quite notably,
yes. Unless that monkey has had a very unfortunate accident with the camera.
Or he's
So
looking
why are
for a game
capuchins
of
called
anal
capuchins?
hoopla.
Why are capuchins called capuchins?
Or is it
Cappuccino?
something to do with...
Coffee, because they're coffee-coloured?
Because they are the same colour as cappuccino, cream colour at the top, dark at the bottom. But that's why...
Monks.
That's right. It starts with the monks.
Something's gone wrong with me, I tell you, because...
Capuchin monks have a cream-coloured cowl and dark habit, and so the coffee was named cappuccino because it was creamy at the top and coffee below. And similarly, capuchin monkeys have that colour.
It's impossible to take your eyes off that one. That's imagine what's going on in his
It
head.
is so severely inspecting, isn't it?
Mate, you've got a problem back here.
Something's just crawled into your arse.
Researchers at Yale taught capuchin monkeys that in exchange for a certain number of tokens, they could buy a certain number of grapes or little cubes of jelly. Once they grasped this, the extraordinary thing was they really got the whole concept. One of the monkeys used their new currency to give to a female to have sex with them. Essentially a prostitute. And the female would then take the disc and buy herself a grape. So the money had gone, you know, through the system as money does. Anyway, how mad can a mango make a man go? That's a mango. This is a story you either know or you don't, but that's actually genuinely a fascinating story and rather horrifically repellent too.
So where a mango made a man go mad?
It made a whole nation go mad, actually.
Is there something toxic about a mango?
Not toxic. It made them go mad in a fever of worship.
Oh, so they fetishise the mango.
They fetishised the man who gave them the mango.
But they made a god of a mango bringing man.
Virtually, yes.
Right.
Absolutely
Was it
right.
Del Monte, the man from Del Monte?
That would have been relatively sane in a strange sort of way.
Why did it to worship
This
the
was the
mango?
largest nation on Earth in the 1960s, 1968 to be precise. China. Right. So who ruled China in 1968?
Mao Zedong.
Mao Zedong. Yeah. The hero of the people. He received a crate of mangoes from...
The man from
The
Del
man
Monte.
responsible was the Pakistani foreign
There we
minister.
go.
Do you know the story?
Yeah, because the Pakistani mango is, no matter what the Indians say, the best in the world. And the fact that I haven't had a Pakistani mango in up 3 years now is just a point of just
You really
misery
miss
for
them?
me. Oh my God, they're amazing. They really are.
If you try and eat a mango, usually they've been over-chilled in Britain, so they're fibrous, and the stone in the middle is too close to the flesh, and you try it with a knife and it squirts over you. What should you do? Should you just simply bury your head in it?
There's no dignity.
Right, so
mangoes are like lobsters. You can't look cool and eat a mango. Like, you decide, I'm eating the mango or I'm getting laid tonight. Like, those are the choices you make in life.
Well, obviously then, the Pakistani foreign minister in 1968 thought he was doing a really smart thing by giving such a beautiful fruit, a crate of them, to the leader of the most populous nation on Earth, Mao Zedong, and he instantly re-gifted those mangoes. This is where it gets weird.
Yeah.
He gave them to the factory workers' peacekeeping squads, who called themselves the Worker-Peasant Mao Zedong Thought Propaganda Teams.
Catchy.
What's the big deal? He didn't like them, re-gifted them. No story there. The crate of mangoes was split up and individual fruits were sent to factories where they were put on altars. So yes, you're right, worship. Preserved in formaldehyde, sealed in wax, and in one case boiled in a huge pot of water. And 1 teaspoon went to each worker of the water.
So they didn't eat the mango?
No, this gets weirder. There were mango... There were mango... Lots of M's here. There were Mao mango medallions, textiles with mango pictures on them, hundreds more mango artifacts, trays, mugs, fabric. The state even produced mango brand cigarettes. Despite all this, most people in China, of course, had never seen a mango. So there's only one crate to go around 1 billion people. It was then. One man who remarked that it was nothing special and looked just like a sweet potato was arrested as a counter-revolutionary. Wait for it. Put on trial, found guilty, taken to the edge of town and shot.
So don't...
Missing from this menu.
3 tortoises.
Can you imagine the anal retentives looking at that picture at home?
I just want to say Hare, but that's...
Welcome to our world,
you,
Carrier.
thank you.
Very good. The tortoises and the hare not, sadly.
Okay.
Jugged hare.
69 tortoises.
69 tortoises.
69?
Yeah.
And the bitch ain't one.
That's what we were thinking of.
Is that a song?
I believe it's popular in the hit parade
You've
right
had
now.
that on the radio too, I'm sure.
What do we know about tortoises and their cousins?
They're old. There's one that just died that was around in George III's time.
Yes, there was one that died in
How would
India
you know if it was
that
dead?
belonged to Clive of India. Sorry?
Hey, man, you'd have to wait a few months to be sure it was dead.
Yes.
Or just asleep. Don't bury it, for God's sake.
Why do you think they have such enormous shells?
They got big TVs.
Lot of stuff, lot of belongings.
Lot of stuff, yeah.
That's the thing about getting old. You look
Yeah.
around and you think, my God, look how much shit I've got.
If you're an agoraphobic tortoise.
Oh, terrifying.
Better than being a claustrophobic
Yes, Well, to return to our question, these tortoises are evidence of the first ever human feast.
First ever menu.
Rather than just eating, a real feast. And there were 71 tortoises consumed at this feast, it would seem, from archaeological evidence. So Alan said there were 3 tortoises missing from that list.
Yeah.
In fact, there were 2 missing. Because
Wow.
it should have been 71
Oh,
instead
I
of
see.
69. So you're going to have a point for that.
Well, that's why not.
That's very good.
I'm +1, so I'm not going to speak again.
There was a female shaman's body discovered next to all these shells, and it seems there was a giant feast. It was 12,000 years ago.
Seems just unfair, really.
Yep.
You're basically you're born with a wok on your back.
Original microwave meal. The tortoise. Just pierce the top. It was 12,000 years ago, guys. I wasn't there. I didn't eat them.
Too soon.
If it's anything like a micro meal, you stab it lots of times, don't you? You're never sure how many they mean when they say stab it.
Have you got a set number you do when you do
Kind
the
of,
microwave?
yeah.
Oh, the idea of you at the microwave.
I had to do it in TV dramas where
I was playing a rough type.
So, come in, lie down, pop your feet in the stirrups, and let's see what the trouble is. What did Typhoid Mary die of?
Oh, don't start.
Yes, Ross. Was it lack of circulation to her toe?
Yeah, possibility. Is it typhoid?
Her name, as the label around that toe said, was Mary Mallon, and she was known as Typhoid Mary. What did she die of? It wasn't typhoid.
Why am I interrupting you? I don't even know.
That's GI.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with her.
Would-
Boredom. She
Car
died of
crash.
boredom
That's
from
what I was gonna say.
waiting to get typhoid and never getting it.
She had typhoid.
But
she
she
didn't
never
suffer
had
from typhoid.
symptoms.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy Porter.
You're
She
welcome,
didn't have
Stephen
the
Fry.
symptoms. Typhoid Mary, round about the turn of the century, was a cook in New York, an Irish immigrant.
As the name would suggest.
Yeah.
Irish.
And she had typhoid, but no symptoms. She wasn't ill. She was immune to it, to all intents and purposes, but she was able to give it to others. And she did. 30, 40, 50 people, possibly.
Must be freezing in that ward with all that snow.
It's taken his mind off the fact he's been attacked by an octopus.
Presumably
Something with trailing legs.
they're all all lying there going, sorry, what did you say your name was? What, Mary? Glad to be sharing a ward with you.
Well, the sad thing is that she was not a nice person by any way of looking at it.
All right, Stephen, she's dead. Come on.
The thing is, she worked in households as a cook, and people would die of typhoid in the household where she cooked, and she would mysteriously leave and take up a job in another one. So she knew that she was a carrier.
Oh, she was a carrier.
Because she was put into quarantine, and then she could go free as long as she never worked in service again, didn't cook. Within weeks, she got another job as a cook. And she tried to hide from the authorities. And so she ended up the last 2 decades of her life in quarantine. And she died of pneumonia, in fact.
How did she pass it on? Saliva,
Oh,
fluids,
because she was...
body fluids.
Yeah, she had typhoid.
She went...
Yeah. Exactly, coughed, anything like that.
She didn't have to wee
So
in the
her name
soup
has become synonymous.
I don't know anything about it. I thought it was waterborne. Was that cholera?
Well, it's spread by the germ in question is Salmonella typhi.
I thought you said that it's spread by a German. Just one German walking around. Is that the fella there, is it?
There it is, yeah. Unpleasant looking. Why is it called salmonella?
Salmon. It's fish-borne.
They were named by a bacteriologist called Salmon.
Of course.
Dr. Daniel Salmon.
Of course.
Who also died of pneumonia, as it happens. Not of salmonella.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking at that, I'm never going to eat Wotsits again.
How do you get a whole row of seats to yourself on a Virgin Airways flight?
Oh, if you're really fat.
That would, yeah, I think they might be able to get rid of an arm. But I don't think they'd let you on if you were any fatter.
No, but, like, really fat. Oh, I see what you mean.
Die is the right answer. You'd have to die.
Die!
Yeah.
You can't make people sit next to the dead. That's the truth, isn't it?
I think that would be what it was. And if you're flying, say, London to New York, if you're near enough and someone dies, you'd turn around and all the other passengers go, no, really? That's some consideration. But once you pass that point of near return, as they call it, then there's nothing you can do about it except go on to New York.
But what if the plane's full? Do they keep a row for the dead just in case? And in which case, if they keep a row for the dead, what if 2 people die?
Exactly. There's always a row at the
If there's an
back,
outbreak
and
of sickness.
the crew use it for having a kip. What it means is the crew will then have to be awake.
Yes.
Right. The dead bloke, that'll piss off.
Does it happen a lot, though?
Oh, now, this is what's interesting. British Airways have about 10 deaths a year in flight.
Well, that food is just...
For 36 million passengers. So if you extrapolate out to the rather amazing 3.5 billion passengers that fly every year, that means there must be around 1,000 deaths a year. And different airlines have different ways of doing it. Singapore Airlines have a corpse cupboard. I don't know why it's funny, but it is. So no one need even know there's a dead person. It's also faulted towers, isn't it?
If I ever die on a plane, I should like to be stored in the overhead lockers.
For the rest of time.
Yeah.
British Airways, however, you get a good deal if you die because you go to first class. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
At last.
One long-established steward said, many years ago, we used to give them a vodka and tonic, a Daily Mail and eye shades and tell passengers they were fine. We don't do that anymore. Yeah, I think... It's bad enough being dead, but having to hold a Daily Mail... Holy crap!
Daily Mail and other newspapers, not just the Daily Mail, when they talk about their circulation, they are also including the newspapers that they give away for free. And so I don't think the airlines or any of those kind of institutions actually pay for the newspapers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's mainly, the Daily Mail is mainly dead people on aeroplanes.
Yes.
But the dead are very, very right-wing.
Serious for a moment. More than 100 million people were killed in wars during the 20th century, and the total number of people ever killed by wars could be as many as 1 billion. Einstein described war as a cloak that covers acts of murder, and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called it a disease like typhus. With all that in mind, here is my question to you. Why did Hitler have such a silly moustache?
Thank God for that. I thought I was on the wrong show for a minute. Well, got very serious.
I'm sure you'd agree with my description of war there, wouldn't you,
I
Sheila?
would absolutely. This is a difficult show for me to be on because I'm a Quaker pacifist. So I'm not an ideal person.
Were you born a Quaker?
No, I wasn't. I was a Quaker by convincement, as they call it.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And because my family, the Fry family, were very early Quakers.
Of course they
all
were.
the way.
Of course they were.
It's
yeah.
a very admirable thing, and the pacifism is taken very seriously, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely thing until Hitler comes along, and then it's not much use.
Well, if we'd have done something about it before Hitler came along, then maybe it was.
Shaved his moustache
And I
off.
think the reason he had that moustache is he was probably a fan of Oliver Hardy.
Ah, well, it's certainly true that they were popular in the 20s and increasingly in the 30s. Well, Charlie Chaplin,
Exactly.
of course, is best known. But supposedly Hitler changed from what was a relatively bushy moustache. You may have seen a famous photograph of him as a Gefreiter,
Yeah.
corporal in the First World War. There he is on the left. But there are a couple of stories. No one's quite sure which is true. There was a fellow who served with him, Alexander Moritz Fry, great-uncle Alexander. He was in the same regiment in the First World War as Hitler, and he said that Hitler trimmed it into the familiar toothbrush in order to fit into the gas mask properly.
Oh.
Fry's account is controversial, apparently. He went on to become a satirist and fantasy novelist, starting a family tradition.
Here's the point about Hitler. He's judged very harshly by history, but he did kill Hitler.
I can't take that away from you, Jimmy.
Credit
It's a
when
true
credit
fact.
is due.
No, it's true. Some historians believe that Hitler only adopted the tash in 1919, and his sister-in-law, who lived in Liverpool...
Well, she had one as well.
Do you know what her name was?
Muriel.
Almost, as it were.
Gauss Adolf.
Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler.
Yeah, that was her name. Bridget Hitler.
Bridget Hitler?
Yeah. Yes, she was married to Alois Jr., who was Hitler's half-brother. And they had a son, William Patrick Hitler.
Billy Hitler.
William Patrick Hitler went to America and won a Purple Heart in the Navy.
Changed his name, I presume.
Eventually to Stuart Houston, I think. And he claimed he wanted to forget anything to do with his uncle, but he named his first son Alexander Adolf Stuart Houston. Anyway, yes, Bridget, in her memoir, said that he came to visit Liverpool and that she told him that he should trim the ends of his moustache to make it less bushy. But, as she put it, as in most things, he went too far. Put him in his place. Describe the plot of, or sing a song from, the popular musical The Bathrooms Are Coming.
The bathrooms are coming. Thank God, I need a shit.
Hello, can you do me Cisterns Are Doing It For Themselves?
Oh, very good.
The bathrooms are coming, lock up your pipes. The bathrooms are coming, where are your knives? Kill, kill, kill them, they'll be coming. Kill them, kill them. The bathrooms are coming for your lives. They're coming for your souls.
I've had it installed now, but there's nothing to pay till September. I'm on a HP high, and ain't no debt collector ever gonna bring me down.
Water may be very hot.
Don't let the grout go mouldy on me. Country and Western.
Well, no, if you're gonna do country western, it's gonna be fixed shower head, driving me wild. Can't find my crevices, no matter how hard I try. I'm gonna put my leg up.
No, don't.
Pull my junk to the side.
Thank you. Well, that was a big surprise. Thank you very much. Do you know what that might be? The Bathrooms Are Coming, written by a Broadway musical composer, but not for Broadway.
Was it a bathroom
commercial
company.
or something.
Yes, the American Standard, they were called. And this was one of many, many, many industrial musicals which had their heyday between 1950 and 1980. 30 years of exciting musicals for conventions of various companies and their salesmen all over America. And they would write specialist musicals just for the salesmen, just for the conventioners, not for the members of the public. But they had big budgets and they were written by Broadway, serious Broadway composers who hid their names, I think.
Yeah.
But that's an example of one. The bathrooms are coming in. An original musical presented by American Standard, as you can see. The Sound of Selling. B.F. Goodrich, 1966 sales meeting musical. It's not exciting. The Saga of the Dingbat.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Isn't it?
It's
mental, isn't it? These were
What's going
on? Well, when it started in the 50s, by about 1955, America made
Gone
two-thirds of the world's goods. Two-thirds of the manufacturing industry in the world was American.
Was this at the height of this week's show was brought to you by Lorimer Cigarettes?
There was all that sponsorship going on
Yeah.
the Ed Sullivan Show and things like that, yeah.
So wait, hang on. If you want to, hang on a second. Oh, hang on. If you've a hankering for knowledge but can't be asked for college, then this is the show for you. Sorry,
that's the one. That's the QI
It's really quite interesting show. Sorry,
a limerick composed by someone, which I invite you to recite to me. See if you can. Yes, that's a shock, isn't it?
Yes.
And you can do it.
Can you?
Yep.
Yes, you can. It is a limerick.
Okay. Okay.
Right. You have to ask yourself what these numbers are. In fact, they have some
dozen
other
and 12
express-
dozen.
We're 12, but 144 is also called a gross.
Just keep
So, a dozen, a gross, a score, plus 3 times the square root of 4, divided by 7. You're all right, so you're doing well. Plus 5. Whoa. Calm down. Do I have to slap you?
The episode of QI where Stephen just slapped me.
So say it again as a limerick. You can do it now.
Yes, yes.
Go on.
Go on then, Susan.
A dozen.
A dozen a gross.
A dozen, a gross, and a score, plus 3 times the square root of 4, divided by 7, plus 5 times 11, equals 9 squared, plus not a bit more. There you are. Well done. There was a guy called Lee Mercer who came up with that. It's rather good. 12 plus 1 equals 11 plus 2?
It does.
Yeah, but in what other ways does 12 plus 1 equals 11 plus 2?
Oh, is it an anagram then?
They're anagrams of each other. 12 plus 1, written out, is an anagram of 11 plus 2.
Wow, you really have had too much time on your hands.
These were worked
Yes,
out
it
by
is.
Nelson Mandela and Robin Island.
I think they're rather fabulous.
They
so
are, right.
there.
They're
Now, what's the most inappropriate thing beginning with M that the Pope has kissed? Yes, Sarah Millican.
My breasts.
Well, this has come as a shock to me. Tell the story. Where were you?
That's it. He sort of fell.
Fell on your breast.
I was in like W.H. Smith's and he come in to bless some Bibles or something and he just tripped on because the carpet was and I had a low cut top and I don't wear one for QI because it feels disrespectful.
Yes.
But I normally have them out and he just landed and because his natural inclination is to kiss things, he just kissed them.
Wow.
What was his reaction?
Did he like it?
He was pleased.
Did he go,
No, he was too polite for that, but I could see a little glint in his eye.
Anyway, a merkin. What's a merkin?
It's a pubic wig.
A pubic
Yes.
wig. Could a pope kiss a pubic wig? Wow. Is it likely?
If he was drunk enough.
On communion
Tripped
wine.
in a different way.
Well, we get back to the 17th century.
It's a tall lady.
I think you're going to like this man. There's an English highwayman called Captain Dick Dudley.
Dickie Dudley.
Dick Dudley. I think you're going to like Dick Dudley. He was hiding in Rome, and while he was hiding from the law enforcement officers, he bought a dead prostitute's pubic wig, a merkin, from an anatomist. He dried it well and combed it out, that's in inverted commas because it's a quotation, and sold it to the Pope. There they are. There's a selection of them.
I like the one on the bottom right. That's
Yes,
excellent.
good, nice curls.
Yeah. That's had a perm, that one.
So this was Ann Summers back in the day?
Yeah.
Kind of.
My goodness.
He sold it to the Pope, could have been Clement X or Innocent XI, as a piece of St. Peter's beard. Popes like relics. He's a great man. I like Dick Dudley.
Pope Gullible the Fourth.
Yeah.
A beard, you say?
St. Peter's. Exactly. The Pope put it on his mouth, kissed it multiple times, and appeared to be thrilled with his purchase. Dick was paid 100 ducats, and he immediately skedaddled it out of Rome before anybody caught up with him and could call his bluff. Match, and it's penalty time. For the best chance of success, where should you aim?
At the ball.
And then into the goal. I'm so bad at sport, my inclination would be to... I know where I'd hit it, so I would then just reverse my natural inclination. That would probably be the best.
It's a bit of game theory going on yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I'd go top right, which means that probably the best way would be bottom left.
Top corner either way is not the best.
Is it at the goalie?
Yes.
Because he's going to jump.
Because he's going to go.
Because the goalkeeper nearly always goes one way or the
So
other.
you hit it straight in the middle?
Straight down the middle is far and away the most statistical, likely way of doing it. But it's odd because footballers know this, because it's been, you know, obviously well gone over, and yet footballers don't.
Is it because they just think they'd look so stupid if they kicked it right at
Yes.
the keeper and the keeper just caught
If
it?
the 1 or 2 times out of 100,
Yeah.
the goalkeeper does actually stay in the middle and the ball goes and hits him, the crowd would just boo their heads off and think that the penalty taker is the biggest idiot in the world, although statistically he was doing exactly the right thing. So they'd rather not look a fool. You're
Because
absolutely
it's
right.
seen as 50-50, where if the goalie goes the correct way and saves it, it's still seen as all right, isn't it? It's not
Yes.
bad luck.
In fact, it's 57% in one direction, 41% in the other. You know which that might be?
left,
right?
It's 57% left, yes.
'Cause
They go left
yeah.
more
Right
often.
foot.
And 2% in the middle. 3 countries have an absolute 0% success record in penalty shootouts. They played 2 and lost 2.
San Marino?
No, it's Gabon,
Micronesia.
Romania and Chile. But there's one country that's taken part in more than 2 and has the worst record of all in the world.
Is it
apart from
England?
those 3. And it's England.
Yeah.
Why is
What
that?
a surprise.
No,
It's 1-1.
We've won 1 out of 8. 12.5% success rate, as opposed to Germany, who've won 83% of theirs.
Why is that then? Because presumably all teams have access to that very simple statistical information. Is it just the fact that it's now embedded in the psyche?
Mentally weak.
No, I'm not.
Do you think hypnotism would help?
Probably.
Of the keeper?
Or the
opposing keeper, like...
I think if it was me, I'd stand by one post, feigning indifference. And as he ran out to take it, I would sprint to the other post, surely distracting him. And if he did go that way, it would hit me on the way past.
That would do it. Yep, that's a plain truth. To be successful in penalty shootouts, either go straight down the middle or be German.